resumed Koata Hātepe Regulatory Processes Committee meeting. Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mai ki te hui o te Koata Hātepe e tēnei rā. Today we'll be hearing oral submissions on both the Thorndon and Kilburnie connections, and we have quite a few submitters today. I wouldn't even like to know how many we will have, but we're going to make a start. We've already opened the meeting formally, so we're just picking up from yesterday. We'll be going till 5 o'clock today, so again, if you need to leave, could you please let me or the Democracy Advisor know. And I have asked Councillor McNulty, who's Deputy Chair of this committee, to take over the chairing after lunch. I'll still be here, but he's going to kindly chair after lunch. So I think we're actually a little bit ahead of time, but we have got Peter Katz online. Peter, I'd like to welcome you. We can't actually see you as yet, so might need to take...
Thank you. Right, here we go. I'm not sure if seeing me is going to be any good. Oh, yeah, it's not too bad. I'm actually in another country, and it's about 1 in the morning, but so I felt it was important to participate in this process. So thank you for the opportunity to make a submission. Is it something I start with now? I'm not sorry.
I probably should explain to you too. We haven't got the time up on the. We've got some timing indicators up near the ceiling. You do have 5 minutes, and that can include time for questions.
Cool. Can I just clarify? Oh, thank you. Brilliant. Now, can everyone hear me? And then shall I start? I'm just in terms of the protocol.
Yes, feel free to just start.
Okay. Okay, so really my submission is sort of around really the impact, considering the alternatives and, the impact on residents, and then just some comments on the process, and then hopefully some just closing points. I may skip some of it since a lot of the points are here, and I'll just talk more generally given the time constraint. I think for me is that when I read it, I just had the impression that the impact on residents hadn't been fully taken account of. Even in the model, there didn't seem to be a lot of cost benefits in the analysis on residents. It seemed to be cost benefits only on cycles, well, which is obvious you have to do. That's an important part of it. But when choosing alternatives of, I think it was 5, I would have thought there would have been quite a balanced matrix of cost benefits for all parties involved. And I think the reason why I mention this is because in terms of when I look at what I see as the costs on residents, it's going to, as I understand it, all the parks go, and please correct me if I've got something wrong, because, you read these things and you do your best to understand them. But my understanding that the proposed one will restrict access for homes because they're without off-street parking. And in reality, I think the difficulty to get parks has probably been understated. And I think, in terms of the impact of not having parks available out of these homes, even for those places with garages, is that it'll be difficult for families, disabled, elderly, to safety manage children and groceries without blocking cycleways, roads. What do people expect to do in bad weather? Obviously, for the house that we do have a rental at the moment, but we will be using it ourselves at due course in the future. They may have to walk 200-300 metres with the groceries, as I understand it. And then what about plumbers? If they come with their utes and that, I'm not quite sure where they're meant to park and then carry their ladders and their other equipment, or if you're replacing a roof. The picture I've got of it is that there's a cycleway either side, but there's no way for these houses, even with garages, to be properly serviced. I've also got family in on a poo road. We normally go and pick up the grandkids, drop the grandkids off. That's going to be very difficult if their garage is equally got a car in it. I'm not quite sure how we're meant to do this in the rain. So it's very difficult, and I think on the present plan, it's sort of, I don't think it's very friendly to residents. And the other point I observed is that in the analysis, they say, yes, there are many garages, but many of these open directly onto the footpath. And if you start backing out of these garages, the drivers aren't actually going to see anybody until the car's probably encroaching on the cycle lane anyway. And I thought that this is something you don't really want because the visibility will be quite poor. So next slide, please. So that's a brief overview of my main concerns about the impact. I think when it comes to alternative options, and I mean, obviously there's lots of options. There's 5 there, but one thing that struck me is that, Onupu Road residents are expected to take the full load of change. Look, there has to be change. We have to move, but what I'm seeing is all the cycleways are putting down Onupu Road, all the traffic's being put down Onupu Road, and then we're going to have Freiburg Street, perhaps north. We'll have low traffic flow, and maybe that is actually a safer environment for the cyclists. I would have thought if you're designing a street to have low traffic flow, that would be where you'd put the cyclists, not on the road where you're trying to put buses and more cars. But that's only my view, and it's probably biased to some extent, but I think it's still something that makes sense. I'm also mindful that there's already some existing cycle pathways that could be linked up behind Bunnings, etc. There's options to use Onupu Road with some of the other options that still allow some allocated resident parking. I think allocated parking might be one option. A good income for the council, allocated parking just to make sure the houses are serviced, maybe fewer parks, and something could be worked out on that basis.
So Peter,
and I think there's all.
I'll just ask you to wrap up. I do have a question too, but we're rapidly running out of time. So if you just
okay, so I'm going to move on to the next slide. Then, so there's other options. Then, in terms of the process, I think I have the objective of reducing emissions correct, but it should be undertaken in a fair, equitable, and considered manner. And I think it is unreasonable to concentrate traffic down some streets and not others, and not cycle. But it does seem unreasonable not to consider alternative cycle options. And I think what I do probably, and it's not here, is more so, I think the analysis hasn't properly, if I've got it right, considered the true cost benefits for all impacted people. That's residents. And I think that's a big omission, and I think that's something that could be challenged later on.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That was actually really informative, and we have got your written submission as well, so all of what you've said is available for us to read and reflect on. My one question is just a yes or no, really. Do you live on Onupu Road yourself?
We have a house there. We have lived there, and it's one of those places we keep as a home, but it's let at the moment.
Yeah, and just the
and we've had,
okay, thank you. That was my question.
But the other thing is, I think,
out of time. Yeah.
And I'd just like to say one thing is I think the council could actually help have a friendly approach to people that want to try and get off-street parking. We're looking to try and do that, irrespective of the outcome. But, we've only got 4.2 metres. We're going to have to come up with some designs, but maybe the council can be friendly when it comes to those applications. I'm not saying be silly, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
That's a very good point. Thank you very much for taking the time out from wherever you are to come and speak to us.
I'll
it's
go back
appreciated.
To bed.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Peter.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Right, well, we're a little ahead of time, but we've got Saloni here or online. In person. Lovely. Is it Lily or Saloni? Saloni. And Andrew, welcome.
Good morning.
Yeah. You can sit at the table if you prefer, or we're very happy to have you standing there, whatever is more comfortable.
Whichever one.
Right. Well, as I said, I think, have we got 5 minutes down, or is it? It's 5, but we have got a little bit of flexibility at the moment. So 5 minutes.
With a little bit of flexibility.
With a little bit of flexibility, but not too much.
Okay.
All right. Over to you.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Malo lovely soifua, and greetings to you all. My name is Silone Collins. I am the Corps Officer or the Minister for the Salvation Army in Kilburnie. I'm here today with Andrew Hensley, our Property and Projects Manager for the Salvation Army in Wellington, and we would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the submissions this morning. The submission relates to the proposed removal of all street car parks for cycle lanes on Onipu Road and the significant impact it will have on our church facilities at 175 Onipu Road and our family store at 31 Onipu Road. The Salvation Army is one of 8 churches located in the Onipu Road vicinity, with the Wellington Mosque around the corner on Queen Street. As part of the Christian faith-based community, the Salvation Army has had a presence in Kilburnie for 110 years. With the restrictions that came with the COVID-19 pandemic, the Salvation Army, along with all other churches and community groups, has sought ways to maintain connections with our respective church families and members, along with providing services of well-being for our wider communities. The Salvation Army is very supportive of healthy activities such as cycling, alternative low-cost transport options, and contributing to an environmentally friendly Wellington community. Our church provides Sunday services for a congregation that spreads throughout the eastern suburbs community, including Kilburnie, Lyell Bay, Island Bay, Miramar, Newtown, and as far away as Lower Hutt and Porirua. Our facilities provide a venue for a range of activities for people of all ages spread across the week, with a high proportion of these led by local community agencies. These include annual Pacifica language classes for culturally mixed families, community workshops, Zumba classes, playgroups for preschoolers and their carers, companion club for retired people, youth groups, health and wellbeing workshops, and specialised support groups led by local agencies. The removal of the car parks with no reasonable alternative for parking would have a significant impact on families with children, the elderly, or people with disabilities, and their ability to remain independent and mobile. It would eliminate some freedom of choice and thus potentially exclude them from being part of community life. Our family store operates 6 days a week, accepting donations from the community of pre-loved household goods, clothing, books, and some furniture items. It also serves as a place where people come to socialise and or to volunteer. With an average of 125 people visiting our store per day, over 1/3 of these people call in to primarily donate goods and or to socialise. The donated goods are used to assist people and families in need, and funds raised by the sale of these goods are used to support our social service activities in our community. These donations are dropped off at the store by donors or picked up by our shared delivery truck. Many of the sold goods, especially bulk items, are either picked up by the purchaser or delivered to people's homes by our delivery truck. The only parking available is street parking, including the 2 short-term car parks immediately in front of our store. The proposed cycle lanes will have a severe impact on the function of our family store, with the likely impacts being less foot traffic into our store. This was evident with the closure of Onipu Road back in 2021-2022 due to the roadworks. And whilst our sale figures were considerably low, the most severe impact was in the inability for people to socialise or for them to be able to donate goods. Regular supporters, most of whom are retired people and people with disabilities, will find it most difficult to visit our store. The loss of revenue would impact on our paid staff and opportunities for volunteers, and the reduced funds would also impact our community services. The operation of our delivery truck will be affected, with movement to and from the store of large and bulky items being impeded. Onipu Road is a busy road, with parking already at a premium. It would not be realistic for people to carry bulky goods and other items across the road, as this would reduce public safety and it would further deter people to donate goods. Overall, the unintended consequences of the proposal to remove the street car parks on Onipu Road would have a significant impact on our services as the Salvation Army Church, with our community services and our family store. We respectfully ask the Council to reconsider its proposal and, together with the Kilburnie community, seek a strategy that allows more inclusiveness in its consultations and community involvement in its aim to achieve a sustainable legacy for our people of today and our tamariki of tomorrow. Whawhite lava I le awanoa, nā reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you. That's really appreciated that you've taken the time to come in and share that with us. I do have a question from Councillor Paul.
Tēnā koe, Silone. Good morning, and Andrew. I was just interested to know, that was really helpful. Thank you for your submission. Is climate change a major concern, do you think, for people that go to your church? Is that something that they're concerned about or worried about, or that comes up in conversation quite a lot?
It does come up in conversation, particularly with view of the cycle, Gabrielle. And because where we are at 175 Onepu Road, we are very close to the beach.
Yeah.
So climate change and so forth does have an impact. And Onepu Road is, if you know Onepu Road, it is the most exposed road with regards to the elements. So having the cycle lane on Onepu Road, it just exposes them to absolute wind, rain and shine, and it's bedlam to try to cycle down Onepu Road. On a beautiful day, on a beautiful Wellington day, when the Hurricanes win their games, kind of thing, it's a great road to be cycling on. But the road is actually wide enough for you to be able to cycle on that road anyway. But the next street over, which is Freiburg Street, which is where I live, it's already a quiet street and it's more sheltered to be able to cycle on there. We're actually quite blessed in Kilburnie that we've got people who, we've got some real good adult thinkers, and so Freiburg Street is a more friendly place to cycle down. We don't necessarily need any more paint or anything like that. Onepu Road, very, very busy, and so that's where I'm coming from that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just
Yes,
make
of course.
the previous presenter, and again, it's maybe a little bit aside and on the spur of the moment for Saloni.
If you can just keep it quite brief, though.
Well,
Yep.
it's about the garages and the assessment that there were sufficient garages in the street. I guess keep in mind that a lot of those garages were built in the 1950s, 1940s, 1960s, and your average RAV4 or your larger modern car realistically don't fit inside small boxes.
Okay, and a few other submitters have actually made that point too.
Yeah.
But thank you very much, and thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so I think we're moving to Tony or Judy. I can see Bruce is here as well. Judy, do you mind coming up slightly early? Because you're here, and that person that was meant to be here isn't quite here. But welcome.
Hello.
And it's 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Judy Love, and I live in Freiburg Street. I actually live in the slip. For those of you that don't know Freiburg Street, at the very beginning, there's a slip road with about 8 houses down. The proposed break in the road is 2 houses south of that slip, and my concerns are about safety. The first safety concern is about drop-offs at school. It's very busy at the moment with people dropping their kids off in cars. Why do they do that? Because they're usually on their way somewhere, not because they're lazy. So what will happen is instead of them being able to drop off and drive through, they'll have to turn around. And what that means is you're going to have a whole lot of cars U-turning and children running everywhere. And I think this is a recipe for disaster, huge safety issue. My next safety concern is about tsunamis. Freiburg Street is in the tsunami zone. So if we have a tsunami warning, all the houses between Far Street and south of this blockage, they'll have to go towards the tsunami before they can get away from the tsunami. My other safety concern is with Onepu Road becoming virtually a no-go zone because it's going to be so terrible with 2 cycleways, buses stopping every 5 minutes. Not that that's a big problem, because we all know that Lyle Bay buses are the ones most cancelled in the country, which is why I chose to drive today, not come by bus, because I didn't know if I'd make it in time. So people then they won't be able to use Freiburg Street, which is quite a wide one. So all the traffic will be going on Queen's Drive, which is quite a narrow street and more difficult to manage. The other concern is because of the slip, rubbish trucks, recycling trucks, they are not going to be actually able to navigate the slip and turn because it will be too tight, and we may not get our recycling picked up. So those are my concerns. I don't think anyone that's doing this has looked at the viability of the slip. On the Facebook pages, I've seen a lot of other ideas that I don't think have been taken into consideration. For example, putting a cycleway down the middle of Freiburg Street, getting rid of the horrible trees that are all dying, and actually putting, and as the previous people said, it's very exposed. Hātepe Road, Freiburg Street's much more sheltered. So those are my concerns. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Judy. You've allowed us enough time for questions. Would you be more reassured if you knew that, prior to anything happening, like the consideration of a low traffic neighbourhood in Freiburg Street, there would be quite a lot of work done, intensive work done with, the school and residents to make sure that if we were going to trial anything, some of those things would have been really worked out?
No, I don't feel reassured. I feel that it's already done and dusted, the plan, and that it's going to happen regardless of what we say.
Yeah, because I think you've raised some valid things that would need to be thought about, and I'm just sort of saying to you that, would it be helpful if you knew that this wouldn't be just done? There would be quite a lot of intensive work.
If there was more upfront knowledge and visibility of the process, because there doesn't seem to be at the moment. We all got a letter in our letterbox and it was only when I went on the website that I found out about Hātepe Road, which, even though I don't live in Hātepe Road, is going to be a major problem for all the residents in Lyell Bay. The problem doing the Yule Street, blocking that off, is a route that the ambulance and fire service use because Hātepe Road is so terrible to get down. They're not going to be able to do that because that's been blocked off. And I'm not anti-cycles. I rode a bike as a child, and I'm actually intending to buy a bike because I can't walk very far, and I thought, I might be able to get to the shops if I get a bike. Noting that there's nowhere I can park my bike at Kilburnie shops, but anyway. So I'm not anti-bike, but I just think that they can't have their cake and eat it too. Too many often do I see cyclists in Newtown riding on the road instead of down the cycleways.
Okay, Tony, is yours quite swift? We've got one more.
No, thank you very much. You live there, you know how fast or slow or unsafe the road is. Do you think that if they just put something like a 30 or even a 20 kilometre an hour speed limit along these roads, would that be safer, or would that be as safe as maybe this separate cycleway for cyclists?
Yeah, it's really worth considering, because Miramar's all 30 k's now, and we just do it because that's what we have to do. Although in the slip it's meant to be 15 k's, and I'll tell you what, people that use it as a shortcut go faster than 15 k's. I've spotted them. So there's obedient people that will follow the rules and those that won't.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Judy. That's been very useful and helpful. Thank you. Right, so I do see we've got Angela. Okay. Angela's online, but I do see you, Bruce. So we'll go to Angela first.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, everyone can hear me okay?
Yes, and Angela, if you've been listening in, you'll realise it's 5 minutes. And there is an indicator on up near the ceiling. You possibly can't see that.
No, I can't actually, but that's all right. Just give me a wave and I'll stop talking. Although I must say, Peter and Saloni have both spoken so well and quite honestly covered most of my points. So I guess I'll just introduce myself anyway. My name is Angela Kernahan, and I moved to Hātepe Road with my partner about a year ago. And we absolutely love it here. Wellington's a fantastic place, and I think in particular Lyell Bay has certainly become our forever home. So so I thought it was important to join with you today and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. The proposed cycleway, in its raw form as it stands at the moment, we are unfortunately opposed to. I think that there needs to be a bit more consideration taken into the impact on both residents and businesses on Onipu Road. At the moment, we already struggle to find parking. I think it has been quite significantly underestimated, that part of it. We can quite often have to park on a different road, actually, either down by Elements Cafe or on one of the parallel roads. So I think taking away the option to park outside residences on Onipu Road is actually quite significant. I also did note, along with Peter actually, about the garaging. We have a garage on our property as well, and it was pointed out that these were built around the 1940s, and they are indeed rather small, and unfortunately aren't big enough to fit a standard car in. They certainly don't fit our vehicle in. So we do need to park somewhere, and the road is the place we would park. It also concerns me because I do see a number of elderly residents and families with children, and also disabled children, as every community does have. And I do note already that there are struggles with these people trying to make way to their cars, either on a sunny day or a rainy day, and already having to walk distances with their families or with their walking sticks to get to cars. And I just see taking all the parking away really pushing this issue even further. I also do think that there are some great options for putting cycleways on other local roads. Certainly roads that are less busy than Onipu Road. Since moving here, we've actually been quite shocked as to how busy Onipu Road is, with cars and trucks. It certainly lives up to its name of being one of the busiest streets in the area, and it does concern me that putting a cycleway on one of the busiest streets, it potentially puts cyclists at greater risk than if it was put on another street. Like I said, I think Peter and Saloni really did cover most of the points that I would have raised. So I'm really happy to leave it there and answer any questions if you had any.
So thank you, and we do have one from Councillor Paul.
Kia ora,
Hi, Paul.
I was just thinking about how our population is set to grow by 50,000 people in the next few decades, and just thinking about how, we're never going to have the physical space to let everyone be in a car, or for everyone to be using a car. So for you and where you live, what would be your preferred form of transport? Would it be the bus if it were actually reliable, or are there alternatives that you could look at, or you think more people would use if it were safer or reliable?
I absolutely think that the bus service could be improved. For me myself, I work in a trade and therefore do need a vehicle. If I wasn't in a trade and I didn't have to use my vehicle for carting goods and materials, then yes, I would use the bus. Every opportunity to use the bus, we certainly do, including going into the city. So yes, and very aware of the environmental impacts of vehicles on our road. And I completely agree with you that we need to look at lessening our use of vehicles. But to keep the economy going as well, I guess people like myself, we do need to use our trade vehicles, and unfortunately can't get away from that at this stage.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Angela. That's been very useful information for us. Thank you for coming in and taking the time, or
Lovely.
being online and taking the time. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Wonderful.
Lovely. Bruce, I think I know you'll be a bit early, but are you happy to speak to us now, or have we got, not quite sure what we're up? Yeah, I think you're probably the most logical person to have next if you're happy to come early. Welcome.
Okay, welcome. Yeah, thank you. I'm Bruce Welsh, for those who don't know me. I live in Ewell Street, so in the middle of this area. I also work in Kilburnie, but really I want to focus to talk more about the Onipu Coot Street cycleways today. One thing I did once we found out about the cycleways proposals was we went around and door knocked on basically all the houses in Coot Street and Onipu Road, and did sort of a survey as well and talked to people and got people to submit and hopefully come along today. So hopefully some people have come from that. Basically I spoke to 103 people in those residences, and there was one person for the cycleways and 84 were strongly against, and the rest weren't quite sure or didn't really understand or whatever. So there is a strong feeling locally that the cycleway in that location and how it's designed at the moment is not a good idea. Now we've heard a bit about the impacts on people and how they live and parking on site, but after talking to people, there's a bigger effect than that, and I want you to imagine today that wherever you live, I don't know where you all live, but whether you live, that you have a cycleway outside your house similar to Onipu Coot Street. So effectively outside your house there's no parking on your side of the road, and on the other side of the road, there's a cycleway on your side of the road and no parking. On the other side of the road there's another cycleway, and say there's 2 or 3 car parks somewhere on the carriageway, and then the 2 lanes of traffic in the middle. So you've been to this meeting to council today, and then you go home tonight. You've had a hard day work here, listening to people and asking questions. So you decide, let's have it a bit easy. Let's get some Uber Eats in for tonight. So you ring up your favourite Uber Eats, and they say, yeah, that's cool. We'll be there in 30 minutes. And so you sit around and chat and review the day, and then about an hour later, someone knocks at the door, and here's your Uber Eats arrive. They apologise because they couldn't find a car park to drop off, so they had to park some distance away and come around to your house. You also were expecting, you get an email or a call from a plumber. You had organised previously that your hot water cylinder is not in very good condition, and so you'd organise, when he had a space, he would come and replace it. So he gives you a call on Friday afternoon and says, okay, I'm going to come around on Monday and do that. And it should take about a day. Then tomorrow, on Saturday, on the weekend, you've had your elderly mother staying for a few days or weeks or something, whatever. She walks around with a bit of a walking frame. And so Saturday, she's due to go back to wherever she comes from. And so you order a taxi to take her to the airport. And then you find out when the taxi driver finally arrives that he had to park 5 minutes away, and okay, you've got to walk her and carry her bags all the way around the corner to this place where he could find a park. Monday morning, you come back to council to do some more work, and the plumber arrives like he said he would, obviously after you've left work, but that you'd arranged that. And so he starts doing the work to replace your cylinder. He calls later in the afternoon and says, unfortunately, it's taking a lot longer than expected. We've had to do a lot more carrying materials from wherever we had to park around to your house, so it won't be finished until tomorrow. So tonight you've got no hot water, and also he just adds in that his price is going to have to increase a bit because of the extra time to going to and fro to bring materials to the house is what wasn't part of his quote originally. And then also that on Monday you get an email from Countdown. You use them every week to shop online, and they deliver your groceries to your house while you're here, and then you arrive home and nicely they're waiting for you. So Countdown have said for these streets, which includes your street, we have to increase our fees because we have a longer time in terms of finding somewhere to park and to be able to deliver your groceries to your house. So they're just advising you that from next week your delivery fees are going to go up on your grocery deliveries. So, and that's all hypothetical, but that's the sort of things that happen. There's a lot of the next level of where do visitors park, where do tradies park, where do taxis go, where do ambulances go, all sorts of people like that, that once there's a cycleway there, what happens?
Bruce, we have got a question.
Okay, go for it.
So, Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, Bruce. You gave lots of examples of inconveniences that happen, but what about the people that get hit off their bike and people who die, unnecessarily because there is no safe separated cycling infrastructure?
Well, in Kilburn we actually have lots of options. So going east-west, we currently have Cobham Drive, Rongotai Road and Leonegill Walkway as cycleways. So in terms of Coot Street, that becomes a fourth, which is an awful lot of infrastructure for that. Going north-south, there's no real routes at the moment. There's a little bit into Whitty Street, but that could quite easily connect through Rongotai College and go back to Lyle Parade. There's just open space there, and that again is a lot safer than Onipu Road. So you could go through from Lyle Parade about number 2. There's an alleyway there, sort of into the bowling club, and up through the college to Te Whitty Street and onto either Leonegill first or to Rongotai Road to come into Kilburn if you're going that way. So there are plenty of options.
So it's a compromise between pedestrians and cyclists in those spaces. So that's what we're asking for them to compromise with each other?
Well, Leonegill at the moment is a 3 metre wide shared space,
okay, yeah.
Which works. It could easily be made wider, of course. So there's no issue there because there's lots of space, and that is a more suitable space because there's no traffic there at all in a lot of that area. So it's a lot safer for cycling and walking.
Right, well, thank you very much, Bruce. And I must admit you've provided us with a huge amount of information in your written submission, so I'm sure all the committee members will make sure they're all over that. And thank you for the time you've taken to research this issue and to present to us. Thank you.
Right,
yeah.
thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. So we do now move to, I think we've got Daniel here with Sylvia. Is that right? Welcome up. Oh, yeah. Sylvia, if you're at the end of the table there. Hello. Right.
Great, so I'll introduce us. So I'm Daniel Laurie and this is Sylvia Laurie. We live on Freiburg Street in Lyle Bay, pretty much at where the proposals for stopping the street outside the school are. So very local, very interested in this issue. This is the first time I've ever submitted on something for council. Usually I feel like me, other busy working families that I talk to are too busy, often don't have the headspace to get involved in these issues. I've talked to some neighbours, other people interested around the neighbourhood who went to the very well-run council pop-up engagement session, and it was a sort of a bit of an eye-opener who the turnout is, people sort of purporting to speak for the wider community. I think there's a lot of people who are just too busy often to engage in these type of issues. So anyway, that's a little introduction. I'll see if Sylvia wants to say anything.
I think that it's just like hard to get to like go play at the school or bike down to the beach when there's so many cars around. So I think it would be easier if there are like just less cars around to do.
Yeah, that's a very succinct summary.
Yes, I guess, I mean, can't speak for all children, but as far as what I observe on the street outside my house, where the proposal is to have a low traffic neighbourhood, it really is about convenience of people who are often rushing in their cars versus safety of children and the ability for them to basically have the childhood that kids should have. So I moved to the neighbourhood really attracted by flat streets, good streetscape, open spaces, and ability for children to kind of have the childhood I grew up with. We live across the road from the school. Kids often want to go over there and play with friends. The reality is it's really dangerous for them to do that. So my children are 6, 8 and 10. They're right in that age where they're really interested in going and seeing their friends, having a little bit of independence. On Freiburg Street particularly, we have had issues with sort of street races, people who come off Queen's Drive and then really accelerate down the hill. I've called the police before and they've said, okay, which way did they go? We'll try and find them. We know this is a recurrent issue. And the reality is that the police are powerless to ensure safety in that situation. It really comes down to street design, and I think the proposed trial of stopping that street will have a major benefit in improving that. From the pop-up session I went to, it seemed like there was a sort of impression that this is quite a big change the council might be imposing. From what I've observed in the 6 years I've lived on Freiburg Street, there's sort of this incremental change from inaction. So we're getting bigger vehicles, more aggressive driving, people in a hurry. And the reality is, I feel like we're already losing the ability for children to walk around their community safely without these types of moves or even trials, trying to do something in the space from the council. The change will keep happening. So the change is happening regardless of what the council does. I've heard some submitters talk about parking, particularly on Freiburg Street, but I understand there's council officer information. The proportion of parks being removed is not radical. There will still be plenty of car parks, especially on Freiburg Street. There are a lot of car parks. It's really about convenience. When I look at my neighbour, they're a family with 2 adults, 3 vehicles, one of these 1940s garages with a collectible car stored in there. They've chosen to buy a very large SUV that doesn't fit in their garage. There is available parking about 15 metres further down the street if you remove a couple of car parks, but a real mentality of this is my car park and there's a right for the council public space to essentially be privatised so people can use their garages for storage. So I think we just need to be really careful about this alarmism around people's car park. It's really just a matter of them consuming a public resource for convenience at the expense of children's safety and children being able to get around. I've also heard a couple of submitters sort of propose alternatives to the main streets and sort of places that could connect up through Leone Gill, Rongotai College. I guess what I've observed, I do cycle from Lyle Bay into the city and understand that on Wilson Street in Newtown, there's a sort of the sharrows on the road and encouragement for cyclists to go that way instead of up Constable Street. The reality is these convoluted routes for cyclists, they don't get used. So council are, if you're looking at these sort of workaround alternatives to keep everyone happy, the reality is the cyclists won't use them. You'll be spending money on something that doesn't achieve the objectives. You'll still have the cyclists going on the main road where it's most convenient. And finally, I'd just like to say I'm conscious that councils really do have to balance different objectives, like trying to create livable neighbourhoods, emissions reduction, and I guess financial prudence. And some councils are very keen to keep rates low. Proposals like Freiburg Street, just stopping the street, are a very low-cost option to achieve some of those objectives. And I think if any councillors are looking to oppose that, then there's a real sort of credibility issue in terms of clearly identifying how are they going to achieve those objectives without spending more money on alternatives. So to me, it's a very common sense, low-cost option. Thank you.
I think we can allow a question because I don't think we've got anyone else waiting. So we've got a quick one from Ms. Councillor McNulty.
Thanks, Sylvia, for coming up here today. Hopefully one day you might be around the table listening to people ask their questions. Just wanted to touch on, you said you've been to a few of the drop-in session. We've heard a bit of contestation that consultation hasn't been positive. Can you just describe what the experience was and how you were engaged with?
There were sausages, I think.
Yeah, it was very well run, I think, from council officers in terms of, I think that kind of setup in the community sort of gets the more natural kind of engagement, people who don't necessarily read the council newsletters or get involved in submissions processes. Sylvie had gymnastics practice, so she wasn't able to attend that one, but I guess I was... Yeah, I still think I think council officers were doing a very good job, and it was a little bit alarming to see the strength of feedback they were getting that wasn't necessarily representative of the whole community.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we did have another question, but I think to be fair to everybody, we probably need to keep to a reasonable time limit. So thank you very much for your information. It's really helpful. And thank you, Sylvia. Next time you come to council, it won't be quite so new. So come again when you've got something to tell us. Yeah. Thank you. Goodness, I think we've actually got a gap to 11. So we can have a break and some morning tea. And anyone who's left in the gallery, visitors gallery, is very welcome to stay for a cuppa and have more conversation if you'd like to. So we will resume at 11. Everyone, nā mai hoki mai. We are resuming our Regs Committee meeting. Now, we have had, thank you, Mike, for waiting online. We're going to take you first and then Kirsty second. Apologies for the little bit of juggling around with the times. For those of you who might not know, it's 5 minutes. That time does go by quite quickly, and it needs to include questions if you can leave a bit of time at the end. So, Mike, over to you.
Okay, in my view, a city should have pedestrian areas as well as cycleways. Now, I support the changes that you're proposing for Kilbirnie, but you don't include any pedestrianisation. And I think it's important that you should look at Bay Road. Right now, Bay Road is the principal shopping street. And at the moment, there are 2 highly ambiguous speed bumps along that road, which act as a de facto crossings. Right now, some drivers will stop, some drivers won't. And people are continuously crossing that street to go from shop to shop. Now, it seems to me there is no reason why people should drive down that street. To the west, there is Childers Crescent and Queen's Drive. To the right, there's Onipu Road, and there's plenty of parking behind the shops. And I believe that nobody should drive down it except maybe disabled people, delivery and service vehicles. And that's basically what I'd like to say.
Well, thank you for that, Mike. I don't disagree with you, but I'm just wondering, in terms of the cycleways that are being proposed right now in this consultation, I did look at your submission and I gather you are in favour.
Oh, yes.
Of both those and the slower speeds. Yeah. Do you have any comments? We'll certainly take on board your feedback about Bay Road, but I'm just wondering if you also have some comments on the cycleway proposals.
Well, other than I support them, not really. I think that they go some way as to addressing the problems of heavy traffic in Kilbirnie. I mean, I see people in utes and trucks, 4-wheel drives going into Pack and Save and Countdown, driving through Bay Road. It seems to me to be very unnecessary. What you're proposing goes, I think, part of the way to easing these problems. But I think a lot more needs to be done.
Well, thank you for that. And you are also in favour of slower speeds, just for the whole area or for particular roads?
For the whole of Wellington.
Okay.
Yes, certainly in Kilbirnie, yes.
Are there any other questions for Mike? Yes, we do have one from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Mike. Hey, I'm just wondering, when you're looking at the cycleways that we've got planned for Kilbirnie, do you think that they're actually in the right streets? Like, you're talking about Bay Road being very, very busy. I travel, I go to Bay Road quite a lot, and I wouldn't mind it actually being a pedestrian more. But that's another thing again. But do you think that the cycles we've got are heading in the right, are going down the right streets, or do you think they should take another route?
No, I think they're pretty good as they are.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, we have one from Councillor Paul.
Hi, Mike. Thanks for jumping on and talking to us today. I was just wondering if you could just speak a little bit more about that more that you're talking about. So you said this is a good start, but we can do more. Could you just speak to what else we can do to make cycling safe and prioritise pedestrians?
Well, I mean, I've cycled in Scotland, I've cycled in England, in London, in Holland, in Denmark, in Vancouver, and I've never felt so unsafe cycling in Wellington, and that I mean in Kilbirnie too. I mean, I never cycle down Onipu Road at the moment. I cycle down Ross Street if I want to go into the centre and bypass Onipu Road because I think it's unsafe for me. and I think more needs to be done in terms of diverting traffic away from areas where people are shopping.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those suggestions. I don't think there are any more questions, but thank you very much for sharing those views and that information. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So I think we're moving next to Kirsty. Kirsty, I think I can see you. Welcome.
Sorry.
So
Bit of a technical issue as I first signed in, so
yeah,
all sorted.
So we have 5 minutes. It does go by quite quickly, especially if there are questions. Yeah.
No, perfect. Okay, well, I will run through my points as quickly as I can. So I'm a resident in Kilburnie and I work in Kilburnie as well, so I know the area quite well. My biggest concerns so I'm pro cycling, and I think we need to definitely do what we can to get people out of cars where possible. My biggest concern is in regards to Onupu and Coot Street, is how many properties in those streets at the moment do actually have fit for purpose off-street parking at the moment. And if they don't, what are the immediate costs going to look like for a homeowner if they're having to either create an additional curb crossing, create a curb crossing to start with, put in a concrete pad for parking, things like that, just so that they can actually continue with their life in the way it is, sort of in a similar way, but still allowing for cycling. What else? One of the other questions I had was whether or not would the council approve additional curb crossings in these key streets? And what about if those additional curb crossings would result in the removal of some of the very few allocated car parks at the moment? What else have I got on here? In terms of cul-de-sacing Ross, Yule and Freyberg, I think that's great in terms of that we're going to be really reducing traffic volume and speed on those streets. My key thoughts are coming from the real estate industry is, are we going to see property prices in those streets spike, and property prices in streets where there's currently no off-street parking or planned off-street parking, are we going to see those prices drop? And what's the material impact going to be on homeowners in those areas? A good example of that being Puru Crescent and Palm Ave. They're currently already lovely quiet streets because they're not a thoroughfare, but the prices in those streets definitely sit a lot higher because of that fact. One other point I had was if we're funneling more traffic onto Onupu Road because of cul-de-sacs on Freyberg, Ross and Yule, are we going to have more traffic then turning off and across the cycleway to access these side streets, to access properties? And is that going to become a safety issue? I don't know, but is that going to become a safety issue? The other thought I had, and I've just had a photo sent from my boss from someone moving house in an area of Kilburnie where there is no parking, and that's fine, all good. But it made me think in terms of if someone in these areas is moving house, has a courier being dropped off, any of these sorts of functions, how are these functions actually going to operate? So, for example, I'm going to use Onupu as an example because I live on that street. If a courier is dropping off parcels to properties on Onupu Road, where are they going to stop if the allocated car parks are already being used by residents or visitors to the area? If someone is moving house, where would that moving truck actually be able to park to load and unload a relatively large home? And the other point I had was my view is that, yes, Onupu is a great big street, but I would rather see speed limits dropped through the whole area to probably 30 and look at prioritising cycling on the likes of maybe Freyberg with sharrows down the whole street, or segregated cycleways if the trees were removed, so that we can create a safe environment throughout the whole suburb for people cycling, walking, but also looking after people with families, the elderly and the disabled. That's probably my key points. Hopefully.
That's really useful because you've come at it from a slightly different angle from the other submitters we've heard, which is very useful. All good information. We have got a question from Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Kirsty. Given your real estate expertise, so you highlighted some interesting discussion around property. We've got densification occurring across Wellington. We've got a fixed supply of car parking, so I guess, ambiguous of whether a cycleway goes in or not. Is it if properties convert those garages, whether it's to carports or to off-street parking, is that not going to be something that will look at increasing value for those properties, sort of regardless of whether the cycleway goes through or not?
So you're saying like in terms of converting an existing garage to like a car pad?
Yeah, so we've heard garages aren't large enough, but if they were to take that...
Totally. I guess the main thing for people is, and we're seeing this a lot, especially with young families, and I'm dealing with a lot of young families or people wanting to start families at the moment who are looking to buy. And the first thing they're looking at is, am I going to be able to get my baby or my toddler in and out of the house easily, whether that be a garage, a carport, a car pad, whatever, they don't care, as long as they're able to get close to the house. Because if you're juggling, I've got a 3-year-old, but if you're juggling a toddler or a baby plus you're shopping, how many trips backwards and forwards from the car are you going to have to do in order to actually fulfill that purpose or fulfill that need? So I know I can't carry all my shopping plus drag a 3-year-old along with me. So we're lucky that we've got an off-street park, but I feel for people who don't or who have currently used their garages for storage and are then going to have another significant cost outlay in regards to where are they actually going to put that vehicle as well.
Well, thank you, Kirsty. We have used the 5 minutes up, but that's been really useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think the next on the list is Kirsten. Kirsten, are you online or in the room? Yes.
Yes, great. We just need to use the mics and then you take the light on to speak. Yeah.
And we obviously are welcoming a couple of other people.
Oh yes, grab a chair, Gussie. Yep. Kia ora. My name's Kirsten Windelove, and these are my 2 awesome sons. This is Carlo, who's 12, and this is Gus, who is 6. And we live in Rongotai, and well, not these guys, but my partner and I have lived there for 22 years now. So we've been there as it's changed considerably over that time. And our use of the area and how we live in the area has changed a lot too. Like these guys have made a massive impact, listening to what Kirsty was saying about, the need to get kids in and out of the house and all of that kind of thing. We're very familiar with that, although we live on Tirangi Road, and that is, and we're on a big walk up. So for us, our car is always miles away, and actually that's really nice. And it makes where we live quiet and very safe as well, because we don't have to contend with cars out of the driveway or any of that kind of carry on. Anyway, so it's a different place. And the other person from our family who lives in Kilburnie actually is my mum, and she lives just opposite, well, just near Kilburnie Park. There's all of that social housing there, so she's in there. And so that's another group of people who I'm thinking of. Both my mum, who is in her now, she's now 79, she's just turned 79. She has macular degeneration. She's okay at the moment, but she's going to find it more difficult. At the moment, she rides a bike. She's amazing, my mum, but she's anyway, there's a lot of reasons that mean over the next year, 1 or 2 years, her mobility is going to be significantly impacted, and I'm worried about her safety in the area. So, very short audience participation. Can you please, and I know everyone hates this, so that's why I'm doing it, can you please raise your hand if you have been to the airport in since this year? Short period of time. Yes, you've been to the airport. Has anyone been to the retail centre near the airport, the warehouse and Bunnings and all that kind of carry on yet? Has anyone been to Parrot Dog? You can fess up yet. Maranui, yeah. Has anyone been on a bus? Been on a bus. We have 2 big bus depots in Kilburnie, in the Kilburnie area. There's one, in fact, a block away from our house in Rongotai, which is not very well provided for, I'd just like to say. Anyway, lots of the buses park on the road. And if you have been to the KFC, or you have been to the beach for a swim, or you've been to Kilburnie Park because you went to, I don't know, round the bays or the Weet-Bix, whatever, triathlon, or you drove through to the airport, or maybe you went to Pack and Save because they do have the cheapest groceries this side of Petone or something, then you have been in our area, and you may have, well, either come in a bus or come in a car. And that means that you have been flooding our streets with vehicles. And we've really noticed over the last 20 years that has increased massively. So what used to be trickles of traffic around the area, we used to walk down to the beach and it was quiet, and we feel so lucky to be able to do that kind of thing. But over that time, traffic has become a massive flood, and that's not just in the main arterial routes like Onipu Road and Coot Street and Rongotai Road, but that spills off into the side roads. We now have rat runs through like Kemp Street and things like that. And so my worry is that all of this traffic is kind of dividing our local community. It's cutting it up. It stops you from being able to get places safely. And yes, Kilburnie is a lovely flat area to put fantastic facilities, and we love those facilities. We love our park, and we love the sports centres that are both there, the rec centre and the sports centre. We love all of that stuff, and the pool. We're so lucky to live there, and everybody else loves all of that stuff too, and so that's why they come to visit, and we love having everybody from the city there, but that means that we have a lot of traffic. And so we really need these changes. Thank you so much for all of the changes you've proposed, the speed limits, the raised crossings, yes, separated cycleways. You scoot to school, you ride your bike to school with one of us, don't you? Yeah, and I ride to work when I can because it's expensive to park in the city. And so we're really looking forward to that. And for my mum, I'm really looking forward to safer ways of her getting around the suburb. And so I'm really thankful, and I literally cheered when I read what was proposed. I was so happy about that, and I thought this is addressing some of the very things that actually I have been one of those people writing and saying, hello, can you please put a crossing on, blah, blah. Can you do something about the beginning and the end of the Leone Gill pathway so that Gus here can get, well, it was Carlo back in the day, and Gus here now, can get across the road safely to school, because actually you can't do that when you're only that high and you can't see past the cars that are parked either side at the moment. So I'm really, really happy about that. And I heard someone earlier on saying it's all good, but it's not enough, and I agree. And I know that we have a limited budget, don't we? And like we have to pay. You're all ratepayers as well. We all have to pay for what we want. I understand that, but actually, Kilburnie's been a nice, convenient place to put lots of stuff, and that's great over a long period of time, and now we need to start reconnecting the communities. These things create bridges between the different streets and really are going to help us to live in the area. So my other thing, because I've probably got about 20 seconds left, is that I know you're making other decisions about the Kilburnie area, which is also very exciting, about the park and stuff like that, and I'd like you to really think about the people who live in the area, and think about in particular those people living just across the road who live in multi-storey social housing and who don't have outside space, and the only outside space they have right near them is Kilburnie Park. But that park is used for sports, and it's used for big events for people from all around the city, and that's great, but we also need space that can be used by the local community. We don't have barbecues where groups of families can get together. We don't have like parks that are designed for people to come together in a more enclosed space. We don't have that kind of stuff in Kilburnie. We have spaces where we welcome other people in from around the city, and as I said, we do love all that and we don't want to lose that, but we also want that stuff that connects our communities in Kilburnie and Lyell Bay, because that is super important. We have some real issues, some social issues in our area, and you'll know about those. And so we really need to, we can't fix those unless we can come together. So please think about that in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You've packed an amazing amount in. I will allow one question. Is there someone from the committee, or, yeah, okay.
You've put a really interesting spin on mobility, just because we've generally heard this being negative in regards to mobility, but you've spoken about your mother in there. So when she may rely on a vehicle, how do you think you'll manage that if there is a cycleway in the area?
Well, actually, there's a cycleway outside her house. So she is on Evans Bay Parade, and there is that's the cycle and walkway there, and that is much better for her, because what that means is she can back out. She in her little car, which she won't be driving next year, by the way, but anyway, that's another story. She can back out onto that, and she has a clear view either way, and she can actually turn into the traffic at a time that's safe. Before, there were parked cars right there. She hated it, quite frankly, and so that backing out into traffic was very difficult for her. So it actually gives her a breathing space. And I do ride my bike along the existing cycleway on Rongotai Road and things like that, and I also observe that that's also the case for that. So I know if there's a car coming out from a driveway, it's got more time to anticipate what's happening with the traffic because it's got somewhere to sit. So I don't see cycleways as a bad thing for people living on those roads. In fact, it pushes the traffic away from you. I do have bias about that because I live on a quiet street and I like that quietness.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kirsten.
Welcome.
And Gus and Carlo, was it?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Well done. Okay, thank you. All right, and welcome to Councillor Calvert. Nice to have you back. Yeah. Noting that you were on council business.
Thank you. A safety visit, and you'd be delighted to find out that one of those sites was Molesworth Street.
Oh, okay. Right, so next on our list is just, I think, hopefully it's Mike. And we're almost back on time and schedule. Welcome, Mike. You have 5 minutes. We have been able to be a little bit lenient, but within reason.
Put the prezzo up. Thank you. Oh, I just pushed that, do it. Kia ora katoa. Ko Mike aho. Not the mic that went before, a different one. Let's see, can I? Till the thing comes up. And restart the timer because I need the presentation, please. So
We can start the 5 minutes again once we're sorted out here.
Cool. Just a bit of background on me. I live in the area, have for 10 years. Family with 2 kids that have grown up in the area. So 10 years is probably just getting into the zone of being an accepted resident. It's a very nice neighbourhood to live in, but there are people that hold it as their own and have lived there all their lives. So I'm one of the newbies at 10 years. I'm lucky I've got an off-street car park, so all of the things that I'm telling you aren't actually going to impact me from a cycleway point of view, but they impact the community and the community I live in and my kids and me and my partner. So I've got a hybrid that parks in the garage, gets charged up every night, so I'm hopefully not impacting the environment too much. I've got solar water. I've got 4 bikes that park in my lounge. I've got 2 scooters and 2 skateboards. So that's our mode of transport in the area. And like a lot of people in the area, that's what we do. Most people use their garages because they're small to put in all their crap to live in a beach suburb. So my next door neighbour has got surfboards, 8 bikes, scooters for their 2 kids. They've got a 60 square metre house that their family lives in. My other neighbour, she's 80 plus, needs Meals on Wheels, needs home help. Her daughter looks after her some of the time. She's a nurse. She works odd hours and has to already park either in front of my house or down the road because there is no parking on Onipu. Going to have to park further away because of removing the car parks. And this is a story you'll hear over and over and over again for the environment. And it's saying for the environment. Actually, if anyone has to put a car pad in or a garage, you've lost the environment argument because concrete is the worst, 3rd worst polluter in the world behind China and America. Then you've got concrete. So if you have to put a car pad in or a garage to house your car, you've lost. It'll take 50 years of one biker commuting to town from our suburb. So let's park the environment. It's all about safety for us as the community, as the families. So if you pop up the prezzo. Sorry?
Mike, I do have something in front of me. Does everyone, other committee member have it? So we have actually got a hard copy here.
Hard copy? Cool.
Yeah.
So look, this isn't just my prezzo. This has come from a lot of people's inputs. So just so you know. Basically, We need to do better. Look, we love that you're doing something for the neighbourhood, but it's not the right something. It's a super highway that's going to cut the road up. It's going to have major impact on the people that park and need to park because they're families, because they're elderly, because they work shifts, because their garage is full, because they don't have a car pad, whatever it is. But you're not focusing on the right things here. You need to do a rejig. Now, we went and talked to the projects and we got told, no, not in scope. Now, I'm a professional project program manager. I deal with scope. I deal with governance. As soon as you hear that from an end user saying, we want these, we want this to make it work, and you're told it's not in scope, you've also got benefit realisation issues, that the users aren't going to benefit and don't see the benefit of this. So really, we're just asking you to do a better job. We love that these guys are doing the work and doing the mahi. We hate that we're going to have to tell them to do it differently, but you have to get the benefit for the community. So it's about safety for us, the environment impact because of concrete, rubber, plastic that you're going to be using. There isn't one. Okay? So safety first. The council had Freiburg as their main cycleway years ago. That was scrubbed. We don't know why. There was whatever. Come back to that. The trees on that street can go. They're not natives. They're invasive. They've blocked drains, all that sort of stuff. That gives you 3 metres down that street that can be used as cycle lanes. 60 cars use that in an hour versus 600 at the roundabout on the end of Onipu and Lower Parades. And you're about to increase that by putting the bus terminal in by Bunnings. Every bus has to go down Onipu. You're making it too congested, too fast, not enough traffic calming. Do traffic calming first. That way you raise the roundabout, you put in 3 crossings. That way you slow the speed down. I've gone out from my house and had to help 4 traffic accidents myself while I've been there. I witnessed daily near misses. The kids that go from the cafes and the bus stop to the park on the beach and to the beach, they have to sit there and wait as traffic rips around that corner, and my kids just about get bowled every day going to school. And they bike to school, scoot and walk.
So, Mike, I will have to ask you to make your last comments.
Cool.
So,
Look at the map, look at the suggestions. We've asked you to do more, but with less. So we're asking you to reroute things, look at where people are going, look at what they're using. They're using the parks, they're using the Indian Cultural Centre, they're using the pools, they're using all of these things. Connect up what you've done. You're missing big chunks.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we really do, well, I really do appreciate the work you've put into presenting your views to us. And there's a lot to take in.
There is a lot to
But
take in.
you
and
have,
5 minutes is probably not enough per
but fortunately, well, we've got 3 days as it is, but fortunately you've provided
I've
excellent.
listened to a lot, and I agree with a lot of people. Do more, but do it with smarter design.
Okay, thank you, Mike. It's appreciated. Thank you. Now, not quite sure where we're up to, but I think we've got Ali.
No questions?
We have run out of time for those, I'm afraid. But if people can email if they've got some. We'll make sure your address is available to them. Yeah. Welcome, Ali.
Got it. Ready? Rock and roll?
As you will have seen, 5 minutes does go by incredibly
I'm a fast
quickly.
talker. Kia ora koutou, ko Ali Tokoinga. I'm a resident of Lyle Bay. I live on Ross Street, just near Endeavour Street. I'm a dad, single dad, half the time to a 4.5-year-old. who's learning to ride a bike. And I rent, I'm not a homeowner. I bike, skateboard, and I do own a car. And I've also had health issues where I've had to use my car and been unable to ride a bike. I work in town, so I have to get in and out of town, and I'm here to support the Kilburney changes. I would agree with the previous speaker that, I just think they're not significant changes. They're quite small, and we could go further, but I also understand like the iterative nature of design and the cycleways, so when people kind of may describe them as hodgepodge and a bit patchy, like I understand you've got to do bits, and then you've got to see how it works and do that more. The reason I chose to speak was because I was seeing a little bit of one very strong voice in the Lyall Bay community, especially on the Facebook group, and was just concerned that there was not balance on that voice, especially representation, as Kirsten said, from social housing, and there's elderly homes in the area too who wouldn't be on Facebook in that kind of little cyber echo chamber. So the reasons why I support it to begin with is that I cycle with my son into town, so I have him on the back of my bike. He's getting a bit too heavy for that, so sooner or later I'm going to have to chuck him on his own bike, and I'd like a safe route into town and safe route to school. And, even when he's learning, I'm having to stop at these busy intersections, and he's not quick crossing the road, so it's wobbling, and I'm having to try and push him on the bike too. So, yeah, safety is a big thing. I understand the impact on the environment is not massive from cycling, and we need bigger changes. Buses go up and down Ross Street, where I live, and I'm told the drivers are told not to do that, but they do. And SatNav directs up Ross Street as well. So SatNav, to avoid all of the congestion on Hātepe Road, SatNav drives people up Ross Street as well. So that's a lot of traffic past my house that would not be there if the Quiet Streets trial went ahead. I'd also love a safer route for my son to the fields and the playing spaces in the pool when he gets old enough to kind of venture out on his own. I want to see community empathy and compassion to different arguments, and I sometimes don't see that. So I looked at the concerns, and some of them have been mentioned this morning, and the increase of traffic on Hātepe Road and the congestion, and emergency services and how that's going to affect emergency services and time to an emergency, especially with the blocking off of Ross and Yule Street. I heard concerns about parking, meaning more parking in side streets, and parking over my drive, as a big one. So by drive, you've got off-street parking. Accessibility parking is a concern. Existing off-street parking not being adequate for modern cars. So I know you've mentioned that, so I know you're aware of it. Garages not being big enough. There's fortunately a choice of modern car and also a choice of transport mode. So you could get a smaller modern car, or you could. But also all that stuff is an argument of somebody who owns a home, because they're going to have the cost of the garage or the car drive. So not the argument of somebody living in social housing. I've heard about essential workers and shift workers having to park a distance away from their property, and I guess I'm going to go quickly. That's where I think, what's the perceived problem, blocking off a couple of streets and putting in a cycleway, versus what's the real problem, congestion. And what's congestion caused by? It's caused by too many people owning cars. And unfortunately, the answer to that is it's going to be the most convenient option until it's not the most convenient option. So it's going to be difficult. Change is difficult. And I think there's a lot about social collective responsibility of employers and community to help shift workers and those things, and I absolutely support accessibility parking. My end point is change is hard. It's going to be difficult for some motorists. It's going to be difficult for some homeowners. There's a lot of the community that wasn't represented in some of the arguments online. As I say to my 4.5-year-old son, who is changing every day and dealing with lots of change, it's difficult. It can be frustrating. You can get angry about it, but it will be okay and you will survive this. So that's what I say to car owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Gosh, that's an interesting perspective. Thank you for bringing that. What would you be saying to people who've raised issues around, say, things like furniture trucks and deliveries, and how would we manage that with a more limited amount of road space available?
I think, and like I say, until it is inconvenient, people will not innovate. So I think it's social responsibility of those businesses, and that's it. I heard about the couriers just a second ago. Yeah, well, they're driving in a van to park up on a busy road. So, yeah, innovate.
So you tend to think, if I'm right, that there are solutions, you just have to find them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any other questions for Ali? Yeah.
Cool.
No, it was a very
Thank
good.
you. Cheers.
It was an interesting perspective from slightly different angles, so thank you. Right, moving on, we have booked Tony. Is Tony here? Online. Yes.
Hi there.
Hi, Tony. Welcome.
Right, thank you very much. I'm just going to bring up my talk. Hang on, I'm just going to escape from there. Right. Okay, I'm ready to go. So first of all, thank you for your time. And if I look familiar to any of you, it's because I'm the guy who wheeled Paddy in yesterday in his wheelchair. And to be honest, I was really glad I came because it made me realise that the presentation that I had prepared was completely wrong. And last night at 10:30, I restarted it. And so this is not going to be as coherent and well rehearsed as I would have hoped. And the slides that you see are somewhat redundant now. Sorry about that. So my background is that of an engineering company that exports about 90% of what we make. And as such, we have to compete with the best in the world in order to survive, and our processes have to be world class. One of the processes that we're really rigorous around is failure analysis, because to prevent failure recurrence, you actually have to go back to the root cause. So last night I sat down at 10:30 to consider what I could consider I consider the processes at the council could fail the local community, the council, and other interested groups, because to my mind there's some big red warning lights flashing here. And I'd like to run through these. And this is not directed at anyone. This is just an observation of the process. And I think some of the issues that the council have to be or should take into account in any deliberation. First red flag is, and it's a little bit brutal for everyone at the table here, but we have an elected body of representatives where no single person here can say they have a mandate. The figures at a 43% turnout are pretty difficult to argue with. So to my mind, ethically, this places an even greater onus on the people in this room to make the right decision for all the people that they represent. And I must say that after yesterday, I was comforted to see that this indeed appears to be the case for the people sitting in the room today. So thank you for that. The second red flag really is an evolution worldwide in the democratic process today. And this is the impact of well-organised vocal minority groups exerting undue influence on the democratic process. It's a fact worldwide, and it's something every elected official should be aware of. So the next red flag I picked up was from the gentleman representing foodstuffs, who basically said the councillors were being asked to make decisions on flawed data. And this sort of struck a note with me because from personal experience, I walk up Crawford Road on a regular basis, and I can never really reconcile the numbers that appear on the council's data versus what I've counted. And you know, during peak hours, I've only ever been able to count 20 people an hour, whereas the council data says 40. So perhaps like the gentleman who made 150 submissions from a single IP address, there are some frustrated cyclists out there tripping the counter multiple times in order to curate the numbers. So if we're to sum up the situation that we have is we have an elected body with no mandate about to make a decision using flawed data in an environment where minority groups are exerting undue influence. Now, what could possibly go wrong here is my thought. So the challenge for the councillors is to challenge the data that you've been presented with and look for a solution. To my mind, that solution is the use of Leone Gill Drive to provide a safe means of moving cyclists through the Lyle Bay and Kilburnie area, and also transiting people from the airport tunnel to the existing infrastructure. If you look at that data, the council figures are, sorry, I just have to refer to this, that that's Crawford data. 9,000 people use bikes, but then when you read the fine print, it says that is bikes and pedestrians. And then when you look at the flows, a lot of those people are going to be going to the Rongotai College. So I think this is what I'm talking about. Look at your data much more aggressively than you may be doing so now. I'm not anti-biking. I believe the council can, if it's willing to open its eyes, deliver the desired results with far fewer negative impacts on both businesses and residents of the Lyell Bay and Kilburnie area, making it a project that they could be proud of. And that really is the summation of my presentation. It's not quite where I wanted it to be, but thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And I think that's a very well thought through summary of your main points, actually. I don't think we've really got time for questions. Are there any questions? No. It's definitely a difficult problem. Thank you. But thank you for your input. And I've made notes. Yeah. All right. Oh, we do have one from Councillor Calvert. It'll need to be quick.
Tony, obviously you've given some further thoughts from seeing what you did yesterday, so be really interested to get your views, perhaps in an email, because I know you probably ran out a bit of time to articulate some of those thoughts as well.
I think if we've got a moment anyway, there seems to be this thought, particularly if you look at the Onipu Road part of the plan, is that this is the plan. If we removed that as part of the plan and we said the objective is to get people to the beach, then what are our alternatives? And I think if you go back to that point, any route will intersect basically with Leone Gill, and that is the safest way to get people to the beach.
Okay, Tony, thank you very much. It's appreciated that you've come to take the time to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
thank you. Right, who have we got next? Turning the page. Anand, welcome.
Thank you. Let me just bring up, I did prepare a couple of slides. So, sure, you're probably sick of looking at PowerPoints by now, but thanks for your patience. So look, from, does that need, well that, oh yeah, that's cool. So I'll just get that into presentation mode. Cool, can you see that? So look, thank you.
I think we've got that, yeah.
So look, there's a number of, I live in the area, have done for the last 12 years, family of 4, and we use sort of all modes of transport, predominantly walking, scootering, cycling, and for coming into the city, generally that'll be a drive. It's just for context. Number of good things in the proposal. Certainly support the introduction of sort of a good cycling route and indeed supporting the walking pieces. But I think there is a couple of grave concerns that I have around a particular aspect of the route, and that is the Onipu Road piece, similar to the person who was just speaking before. And that's really what I want to focus my comments on and my presentation on today. There are 2 specific parts of that I think are problematic. And the first one is really the intersection of, or rather the block between Cooch Street and Rongotai Road of Onipu Road. So if you think about, if you're familiar with the area where the supermarkets are, the Countdown on one side and the Pack and Save on the other. And there are a number of sort of busy crossing points there for cars coming in and out of the car park. I note that the proposal proposes to streamline some of the entrances and exits and the right-hand turns and so forth to reduce the number of incidents of cars, pedestrians and cyclists coming through. But actually there's just a limit to how much you can do. There's just a number of exits there. You've got the Unichem, the Chemist Warehouse, you've got the Countdown, the Pack and Save, and you've also got the Salvation Army store. So there's just a number of points that actually you just can't simplify beyond a certain point. And it talks about trying to get the proposal, one of the key drivers is to get sort of people of all competencies from a cycling point of view into it. That's an area that right now, I certainly wouldn't send kids down. We don't send our kids go, one of our son goes to Ibis. It's not a route that we would send him down, even though he commutes that way, and that would be the most direct route. And I think one of the things that comes through is that the cycling routes don't seem to be that well designed for novice cyclists, even though that's one of the intended intentions of that from a safety perspective. And if there are different ways in terms of, I guess, when you look at the council's own priority around or sequencing around designing cycle lanes and which ones are deemed sort of safer to not, those that can be removed from being at the side where there's traffic and pedestrians at the same time is sort of one of the lower levels. And so the other point that I would just call out here, which is that Salvation Army shop, which is from an amenity point of view a key sort of I guess amenity to the community. That doesn't work as a sort of, unless you can actually have sort of drop-off parking to it. At the moment, that drop-off parking is provided on street. And so the question is how could the Salvation Army store actually survive without that? It's not a walk-up amenity, as the case may be with, say, cafes or other things. The other point that I want to then lead to is around a particular route in general, which is the Onipu Road route. There is an alternate pathway to that, which is potentially using the Freiburg Street, which connects to the beach. It also then runs parallel to Onipu Road and then connects with Queen's Drive, taking it down to Kilburnie Village, etc. The trade-offs that has two real key advantages. One is from a perspective of safety, that you could have a cycleway designed going both directions through the median strip that is there now. And it's a much slower road. That road connects with Lyell Bay School, so it provides good connectivity for kids accessing the school. And in general, just with the lower pace of traffic, is a safer route for cyclists as well going through that avenue. It also has the benefit that it reduces the trade-offs of using Onipu Road. So the photos on the right reflect what, obviously nighttime parking. That is what you're trading off with the Onipu Road route, amongst the issues of that I mentioned earlier around the safety at that top intersection, at that top block that I mentioned earlier. So you can see there, if you look at the photos, it's back-to-back parking. That includes both on Onipu Road and on the proposed alternate parking street of Apu Crescent. You can see there isn't space now to take more, and that's actually what you'll be shifting off the street. On Freiburg Street, you can run the cycleway without compromise in that area down the median area. The only obstacle to that at the moment is you'll see that there is a tree in the middle of the road. There are 4 such instances on the length of that street. They're not natives. They've already created infrastructure problems. I understand that they interfere with both the power lines. Their roots had to be cut because they interfered with the stormwater pipes that run underneath. And I understand from the council's documents that wasn't considered as a route because of the direction to be sort of have expedient, no works associated with any of the proposals. The challenge with that is that actually there's probably a superior alternative here in terms of the routes that isn't being considered for what would be sort of minor works in terms of removing those 4 trees that actually don't add any sort of amenity value or landscape value. As I said, they're probably, given that they've been sort of
And then we are out of time, so just need to ask you to make some concluding comments.
Yep. The sort of the final remarks is the Onipu Road section in particular is problematic. As I mentioned, the intersection or that block between the supermarkets isn't particularly safe to add more traffic. Doesn't really matter. It's not about sort of adding whether it's cyclists or motor traffic. It's just problematic as it is already. So putting more through there is actually going to be less safe for all those modes of transport. And 2, there is an alternative that's superior that hasn't been considered around the sort of the Freiburg piece because of the directive not to look at any works. But when you look at the works, they're very minor and they don't involve the trade-offs that are involved with Onipu Road.
I don't think we've got time for questions, sadly, but it was very clear. You stuck to a few very clear points, which was quite useful.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And yeah.
Cheers.
Right. We come next to Sarah. Sarah is online. Welcome, Sarah. We have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
As
Can you
see
hear
from
me
others,
okay?
We can.
Great.
The 5 minutes goes by very, very fast, and it needs to allow for questions if you can.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I am not a public speaker, so I will read from my script. I have lived in this house on Lower Ross Street on and off for 49 years, and my mum and brother also still live on the street, and I now raise our 2 children here. Our major concerns are around the Ross and Yule Street cul-de-sacs and how these will extremely limit accessing the community, schools, kindergarten, beach, southern suburbs, tip and recycling centres. If you are funnelling all the traffic via Onepu and Coots, it's a bad idea, and both these streets are quiet. I'm actually at the moment forced to use them due to the poor visibility coming out of Ross Street, and my neighbours at 36 are constantly telling us how many collisions happen here on the Ross Coots intersection. The left-hand turn from Pack and Save is a catch-22 for us, as it is a great idea for Onepu Road and the mess of cars there, but it will also direct a massive amount of traffic to Lower Ross and Yule Streets, which makes me nervous, elderly and young children around. And we have a lot of multi-dwelling blocks with cars coming out of their driveways. Also, I don't have a solution here, but Onepu and Coots is going to be a total nightmare. Shoppers will end up at this intersection, and 75% of them will have to turn left or right here. You will need green right turn only arrows at the lights. We propose a blanket 40-kilometre speed limit around the whole Lau Bay, Kilburnie, Rongotai area, bar 30 k's around the schools and in the village. It's less confusing than 30-50, 30-50, and it works well in Oriental Bay and Newtown. We encourage the use of speed bumps and pedestrian crossings, especially for the Leone Gill pathway, and better night street lighting. If you want cyclists to feel safe, you need to give them confidence to ride on the road and cycle lanes, and I think slowing traffic down will assist this. I cycle a lot, and I was a cycle courier back in the 90s, and I know how important it is to be confident sharing roads with cars and footpaths with pedestrians. The parking concern is a concern. I did a calculation for Lower Ross Street, as Rosie suggested yesterday in her submission. I counted the residents, their use of their off-street car parks, work and personal vehicles per dwelling, and by my calculations, just Lower Ross Street is 30 car parks short. I believe all streets should have parking painted on the roads. We have 2 car parks outside our house, but people park in the middle, straight away taking away one available park. Rosie's submission also recommended shared footpaths and making footpaths wider, especially down Onepu Road. Confident and fast cyclists tend to use the road anyway. They will want to take the fastest route and not use the cycleways. Around the bays where I ride to get to work is a prime example. Most of us would love to not have to rely on our cars so much, but realistically we are time poor. Wellington weather can be trying, and the public transport needs to be better. People drive to Kilburnie to park and ride. Last but not least, in my perfect world, I would love to see the Countdown car park become a car parking building and Bay Road to become pedestrian only and create a cool village vibe like Cuba Street. We have a ton of housing being built already, and the social housing opposite KFC is coming down and more is going up. So let's make it an awesome and fun place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any questions from the committee? Yep, we've got one from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Do you think this piece of work would probably benefit from a more holistic view of the area and planning what to do with the area, as opposed to just making it all about a cycleway or a transport route?
Absolutely, yeah. I'd actually like to also think that where the Lowell Bay Kilburnie Bowling Club came down would be a better place for the Kilburnie bus hub, sort of like the Wellington railway station, and keep the buses away from KFC. It's so congested around there. It's horrible.
Thank you.
Sarah,
Might be too late for that.
We do have a wee bit of time, so I was a tiny bit confused and wonder if you can explain a bit more.
Sure.
Was it the Coots Street, Onepu, Rongotai intersection you said would become a nightmare, and I wasn't quite sure.
Coates and Onipu. So at the moment, if you're coming down Onipu and you want to turn right into Coate Street, maybe 1 or 2 cars can get through the lights there, so you'll need a green light. And that's why I'm really opposed to the cul-de-sacs, because if you want to avoid that intersection where you're sending all of the pack and save shoppers, we can use Ross and Yule, and they are really quiet streets. I use them all the time.
Okay.
And they'd be great cycle routes too.
So your concern is related to if the changes on Ross and Yule went ahead with the low traffic neighbourhoods, what the flow-on effects would be at that particular intersection. Does that summarise it?
Yeah, all the way up Onipu Road and Coate Street, it would just be further congested.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, thank you very much, and that's been useful. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Do you have a question, Council? Okay, there's just a quick one for you, Sarah, if you're still there. So she has gone. We may just take a 5-minute adjournment, I feel, if that's okay. We just need to, yeah. We just had to do a wee bit of a mop-up on the table. Andy is next. Andy James, are you online? Okay. Looks like we're ahead, a little bit ahead of time anyway, or on time, but... So we don't seem to have Andy just at the minute. So Anna, are you available to speak to us? Lovely, in person. I think you're speaking twice, once as an individual and once on behalf of the Lyell Bay School group.
Yes, I've actually got a friend and community member here who's going to speak on behalf of the community group, so you don't have to listen to me.
Yeah, that's okay. So as an individual, it's been 5 minutes, and also we've mostly for organisations, we've actually only been allowed 5, but we'll be a little bit more lenient if we can with the organisations.
Great, thank you very much. Kia ora koutou, I'm Anna Bray-Sharpen. I live on Freyberg Street with my husband and my children who are 7 and 3. We walk, bike, bus and drive around the neighbourhood pretty much every day. I also have a professional background working for many years on safety for people walking and biking in New Zealand and also overseas. But I'm here today primarily as a community member because of the way that Lyell Bay and Kilburnie Connections affects my whānau and my community. So part of our reason for moving to Lyell Bay was that it's flat and it's got a lot of different amenities around Lyell Bay and Kilburnie in a relatively small geographical area. And we were really looking for somewhere where we'd be able to get around walking and biking and scooting a lot. It seemed like a really great location for that, for most of our daily activities. But we've found in the last few years that we've lived in Lyell Bay that we've actually ended up using our car and driving a lot more than we expected to. And we've found that that's because the wide roads, the high car speeds, the complicated intersections and the lack of connected cycling facilities actually make it a real deterrent to walking and biking, even for those shorter trips that could potentially be really convenient. We also live next door to Lyell Bay School, so actually our house is in that image that you saw in the previous presentation on Freyberg Street. So we live right next door to the school and it's really fantastic. It's very convenient. My son would like to live at school if he could, so it's great. But we also first-hand experienced the chaos of the drop-off and the pick-up at the school gate and the overflow of cars, and we frequently have parents illegally parking in our driveway, which has affected our ability to get our children to medical appointments and to daycare. Off-peak, we experience the danger of cars with people rat running, using Freyberg Street to rat run at high speeds. It's very nerve-wracking as a parent, even as an adult trying to cross that road a lot of the time. On 2 occasions, just since we've lived there, we know of that cars have lost control on that road and crashed into parked cars, fortunately without injuring anyone. But they've been close calls. So this also has had a really big effect on being able to walk or bike around our neighbourhood with our kids. An anecdote would be that, my neighbour and I, we've had conversations about how we'll ever be able to let our kids walk to the dairy, which is 2 blocks from our house, just because of the barrier that's presented by how dangerous that one street is to cross. So for these reasons, I strongly support the trial of the cul-de-sac design on Freyberg Street. It will remove the dangerous rat running and speeding and present an opportunity for the school and the community to work together to improve safe access to the school. We see a lot of benefits to this trial, and my friend Rebecca will speak about that in the submission for the Safe Routes to Laos Bay School next. In addition, we support raising the pedestrian crossings to improve visibility and access across Kilbirnie, and improving the bus stops and the supermarket entries to really address some of the chaos on Onepu Road. What I wanted to talk about as well was the protected bike infrastructure proposal. I strongly support improving the bike infrastructure, and particularly improving that connection to the existing pathways that I think are probably underused right now because of the lack of connections around them, particularly Leone Gill pathway. These connections will make it much easier to get around on a bike. For me, this is really important because I'm a confident cyclist when I bike on my own, but I also travel with my children on my bike, and when I do that, I'm a lot more sensitive to risk around speeds and traffic. So an example of the impact that has is that I drop my daughter at preschool on the bike, but when I do that, I take an incredibly circuitous route, which actually involves like overstepping the location of the school, coming back around, going over a hill and coming back down to the preschool, because there are not safe north and south connections to access the preschool more directly. I wanted to point that out as that's just one example, but that's the kind of example that doesn't get caught in statistics a lot of the time, those trips that are deferred or that are sort of done in a less convenient or direct way because the safe infrastructure is not there. So I see a real opportunity in presenting these connections that are going to make those cycling trips more convenient and direct, because that's really what one of the biggest barriers is for people right now. And I think it's also really important to note that that's quite a big gender issue. So we know that women in general are more averse to risk when it comes to walking and biking. And we also know that women are more likely to be doing commuting trips that aren't following the regular traditional commuter routes or the traditional commuter times of day. So improved cycling infrastructure that collects a whole lot of different points around the community rather than one single route can have a much bigger effect on the equality and equality of our accessibility of our communities. So thank you so much for your time, and overall thank you for considering this project, and I look forward to seeing it in action.
Thank you. And we have a question from Councillor Paul.
Thanks, Anna, so much for your submission. And just a question on that last part that you're talking about around women and the kind of gender part of this, like a more gendered lens. Do you think, there's been a lot of people who've been conducting their own research and standing out on the road and counting how many cyclists, but surely there's a lot of people who aren't being counted because they are too afraid to try cycling, right?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think, and that's a group that you're not going to capture by standing out on the road, but it is a group. I think there's a lot of international evidence around that kind of group of people who are interested but concerned when it comes to cycling. And I think a lot of people, that own bikes and are trying to use them, like me, but are finding that a lot of the time it's just impractical because the connections aren't there. As we wouldn't build a road that didn't connect to any other roads and then, ask why people weren't using it. But I think I get a sense a bit of that with Leone Gill. It's such a great facility, but if it doesn't have the connections to and from it that make it safe, it's going to be hard for people to use. Yeah.
Thank you. We're out of time, but thank you very much for coming and speaking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, I'm sorry I missed the name, but I know we have somebody from a Safe Routes to Laos Bay School coming to speak to us. Rebecca. Rebecca.
Kia ora koutou. Lucky me, I get the lunchtime slot. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the Safe Routes to Lower Bay School. This is an organic group of people. We're not like a formal organisation or anything like that. We're just a group of parents with children at Lower Bay School. We have both younger and older children at other local educational institutions, as Anna talked about, getting to and from kindies and stuff. We include residents of Freiburg Street, so directly affected by this trial proposal around the school becoming a cul-de-sac, and we're also residents from the wider Kilbirnie and Lyell Bay area that feed into that school. We're family and whare that walk and bike and drive around the neighbourhood with our children, and we strongly support the intention of the community connections to make it safer and easier for people to walk and bike in Kilbirnie, Rongotai and Lyell Bay, including our children getting to and from Lyell Bay School independently. Walking to school is a rite of passage for children. It creates a sense of ownership in their community. It empowers them to be big people, and that's what they want to be. And we believe that these changes that are being proposed will have a positive impact on our families and our community. In terms of our group, we have a particular focus, and we strongly support the upgrade of the pedestrian crossing on Onipu Road, Tirangi Road, Coot Street and Kemp Street. So that's the raised pedestrians. So that makes it way easier if you've got prams, you've got scooters, you've got bikes, maybe you're in a wheelchair. So all of those increase accessibility that are really positive. These will also help slow traffic and make children more visible to drivers and vice versa. It will also make the big Leone Gill pathway easier to access. We strongly support the trial of the cul-de-sac layout on Freiburg Street. The speeds on Freiburg Street are currently very high, as described by Anna. We see many benefits of trialling the Freiburg Street cul-de-sac, including a chance for the school community and council to proactively address the dangerous and hectic drop-off at school and school drop-off and pick-up, a completely protected crossing enabling safe drop-off in a broader variety of locations, freeing up the road patrollers for other difficult crossings, i.e. Queen's Drive or Wā Freiburg Street, safer car speeds for families and children living and travelling on Freiburg Street, the opportunity to test and improve the design over time. Over the longer term, higher likelihoods of kids walking, biking and scooting to school, further reducing the chaos caused by all the car drop-offs and pickups. The opportunity to build up connections in our school and neighbourhood again after the dislocation of COVID by working together on a design and trial. Over the past few weeks, we have talked to many of our friends and neighbours about this proposal. Most busy parents have little bandwidth to engage meaningfully with an abstract proposal, which is why trialling a new street layout that they can actually experience is such a good idea. We would like to work with the school and the council to participate in the design for the trial, especially to identify the other risky parts of the school drop-off process that may be addressed for the trial to work, such as the existing crossing on Queen's Drive and the intersections of Whā and Freiburg Street, which have no crossing facilities. So I'm doing this submission on behalf of Anna and her whānau, my whānau, Meredith Sim, Tim, Jared, India and Stella, Chelsea and Reggie, and their whānau, Frida Wells and their whānau, and Christine and their whānau. And we will have had other interest from community members also. So I would really like to encourage the councillors to think about designing a city for the future. You know, this is about creating infrastructure that will last 50 to 100 years. This is stuff that our children can grow into for their children. Be bold. You have an opportunity to make real meaningful change in a community so people can have a more livable, healthier place to live. And Lyell Bay and Kilbirnie are really cool places to live. That's why everyone wants to live there. That's why people are talking about house prices. So you have an opportunity to make it way better. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I've just got a question. I wonder if you see, if this Freiburg Street trial were successful, potentially would there be a lot of other places in this area that people might like to try low traffic neighbourhoods? At the moment, we're not getting a strong vibe for some of the other areas, but we are getting it for Freiburg Street.
Well, I think you have an opportunity if you do it well and if you really engage the community, because change is hard, I think trials offer people a real lived experience to see if they work. And I think if the council really engage with the Lower Bay community to make the trial work, it will give you positive spin-off to try other things.
And what sort of time frame do you think it would realistically take for people to get used to the change and see the positive side as well as just the change?
I think it's not necessarily about time frame. I think it's about how you engage in that process. So you need to work really hard to get the community on board around that trial. So don't be scared to come and talk to the community. I know that there's a lot of negative noise out there, but there's also a lot of positive stuff too. So be bold, come and talk to people, talk about the change, talk about how it's going to happen, show people pictures. And I know that that's hard. I know it's hard to get people to engage, but don't shy away from it, because I think the more you get out into the community and you talk about the positiveness of it, people will pick that up and they'll go with it.
Oh, well, thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks very much.
Have a lovely lunch. Thank you.
Okay, not just yet. So next up we have Abby, I believe.
Kia ora. I've never spoken into a lectern. This is
Welcome. You can sit at the table if it's more comfortable.
It's okay. I'll roll with it. Yeah, thank you for letting me talk to my written submission. My name is Abby. I live in Karori at the moment and I work in the Thorndon area. As I said in my written submission, I'm very supportive of the suggested changes. I don't currently use a bike because I don't feel safe to do so, and I'm waiting for greater connectivity between the lanes for them to reach further into the places that I need to go. When most of my journeys can be in a separated lane instead of just parts, I will shift to cycling, and I'm sure there are lots of people out there like me who are eagerly waiting. But in my oral submission, I'd like to speak more to why I think larger and a more complete network of separated bike lanes is important in general. There are so many good reasons to be doing this. Climate, choice, convenience, safety, and health reasons. In terms of climate, I am totally supportive of the goals put forward in the Te Atakure Action Plan, and we know from the findings of the IPCC that adjusting how we move people and goods is one of the most cost-effective ways to reduce emissions. If nearly 45% of our emissions as a city come from transport, it just makes logical sense to be making changes like these. And regardless of what you think on climate, we can't afford to be simply like accommodating more and more cars as our city grows. We simply don't have the space. So traffic is bad enough as it is, and we need to be enabling people to shift out of car dependency and having to rely on a bus service that is infrequent in some areas and unreliable pretty much everywhere. If we don't make it easy for people to move around the city safely and in different ways, we risk creating a situation where our city is choked with cars moving at a snail's pace and people spend more and more time just sitting in traffic. Which brings me to my next point, which is that there is that this is about offering people choice and that there are equity aspects to this too. It's incredibly expensive to run and own a car. And for some people, catching the bus is a large proportion of their weekly costs. People shouldn't feel like they have to hemorrhage money in order to get around the city safely and reliably. And unfortunately, our city design at the moment favours adults and people who are wealthy. I was raised by a solo mother, and we had very little money growing up, but I was able to bike around on my own to school, to town, to my friend's place, and later to work, because where I grew up, the streets were safe enough to do that. And I often feel that I have less freedom of mobility as an adult now than I did as a teenager growing up. And I think that's really sad for our kids growing up in the city. If I was in my mum's situation now in the city, I wouldn't want my child biking around, and I'd feel really anxious if I was biking alongside them too. It's not just about the safety of cycle lane users as well, it's about everyone. A recent study from the US showed that protected bike lanes reduce road deaths and injuries for all road users. They based it on 13 years of data from 12 large cities and investigated over 17,000 fatalities and 77,000 severe injuries across 8,700 block groups, and found that better safety outcomes are associated with a greater prevalence of bike facilities, particularly protected and separated bike facilities, and that was supported by compact cities and lower speed built environments. And the last category of benefits I'd really like to emphasise are a loose collection of co-benefits of separated bikeways, included improved travel time reliability. So like I've had my colleague beat me on the way home, like riding his bike while I was on the bus, because it's so variable and it's hard to judge how long it's going to take to get somewhere. Whereas if you ride a bike, pretty much it's the same travel time every single time. Also accommodating other forms of micromobility, which are unsafe both on the roads and the footpaths, such as e-scooters and skateboarders. The health benefits, including mental health, which would contribute to decreasing pressure on our already very stressed health system, and the pollution reduction that would come from enabling mode shift to more active forms of transport. And the last thing that I will say before my time's run out is that I was at Cuba Duper a few weekends ago, and it was so magical, and I think it really demonstrates the fun and the joy and the business that can come from when we think about how to use our streets creatively, and we get people out of their cars and into their bodies and on the streets. And I think that's such a much more beautiful promise than a small proportion of people being able to store their private property in public space, essentially. I think the colour that came out of Cuba Duper is like what we should hold as the vision for our city, instead of like a small number of car parks. Oh, right on the dot.
Thank you, and yeah, right on time. Thank you very much. I don't think I see questions, but that was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so moving on, we have Matthew, is that right? Online.
Yes, g'day, Councillor. So I'm just getting my video going. I jumped out of work into a meeting room, so hopefully, there you go. That's me. Hi, kia ora, councillors. The key thing here for me is two sort of bits of context. Firstly, I work on Molesworth Street, so I'm interested in the Thorndon element of the cycleway design. I walk up and down Molesworth Street. Work from home means probably it's about every 3 or 4 days a week rather than every day. But also, I don't drive. I don't even have a license, actually, funnily enough. I used to bike a lot, and now that I've got a dog, I walk a huge amount. And your previous submitter reminded me that I also skateboard. So those of you who know me might be surprised to know that. But I actually used to go longboard touring around European capital cities like Copenhagen on the cycle lanes, and that was a huge amount of fun. Probably not so much fun in New Zealand because of the wind and hills. I'm not good on the steep slopes, but yeah. I'd like to just add to my written submission. The written submission covered both the Thorndon, the Tinakori Road section, which I think is ill-conceived. I broadly support the concerns of the local shops there, and I say that as a cyclist and walker rather than someone who wants to park my car. It does feel very extreme in the proposals there, but that's in my written submission, and I want to leave that just there. What I'd like to cover in my oral submission is the design of the Molesworth Street, Murphy-Mulgrave Street section. I'm tempted because it's lunchtime to ask the councillors who enjoy cycling uphill to stand up, but I suspect not many people enjoy cycling uphill, so I'll just take that as given. So the issue is with the Murphy-Mulgrave Molesworth Street cycle lane is essentially it's just replicating the urban design that goes back from the installation of the motorway. Those of you who know that area know that the on-ramp, off-ramp dynamic for that part of town is quite strong, and a lot of the traffic is based on that. With the cycleways as they're proposed, you have a bidirectional up to, I think it's Murphy Street, so up Molesworth Street past Parliament, and it's bidirectional, so up and down. But then as soon as you get to the top part of Molesworth Street, it splits off, and Molesworth Street carries on up. But if you're coming back from Wadestown, you have to go down Murphy and Mulgrave and then bike up, whichever one it is, Murphy or Mulgrave, I get confused. But essentially, you're being asked to come off a road which we, as things stand, all bike down, carry on through the bus depot, past the station, but you're going downhill at speed. And the design, as it stands, is asking cyclists to turn right and stop their downhill, nice, easy journey, and then cycle right uphill onto the one-way, onto the bi-directional street at Molesworth Street. So if you've got the map in front of you, that'll all make sense. The frustration for me is that this actually is not particularly visionary. It's certainly not creating good infrastructure. It's just replicating an existing design, and I think it's pretty lazy. What I would like to see is Molesworth Street bi-directional the whole way. Get the cyclists all on Molesworth Street. Get them off the motorway off-ramp that is Murphy Street, Murphy Mulgrave. If you look at good infrastructure, bike infrastructure globally, it's about having cyclists going past things like shops. That's the whole argument, is that cyclists can actually bring more revenue to local businesses because they're going past them. Cycling, likewise, you'd be going past the supermarket. So having the bike lanes all on Molesworth Street, it is more invasive in terms of getting rid of car parks, but it is more visionary. And I just encourage you to do that, because the current design as it stands, you're just going to see an awful lot of people ignoring that bit of infrastructure that wants to take them back into Molesworth Street, and they'll just carry on onto the quays as things stand. And I just think it's going to end up spending a lot of money to deliver infrastructure that a lot of cyclists are not going to use. Just one final thing is that walking down Molesworth Street on my way home, there's a huge amount of e-scooters, bikes that are on the pavement because that's the only counter flow they've got against the traffic. So there's this existing traffic that wants to go down Molesworth Street. Put the infrastructure in that accommodates that, because what will happen if you leave things as they stand is you'll find that actually certainly not all the cyclists will use the new infrastructure. You'll still get a lot of people using the pavements on Molesworth Street. There you go. It's a small detail, but I think it's a really important one to make sure this infrastructure actually works as designed, because as it's planned, I don't think it's going to have the impact. Over.
Okay, well, thank you, Matthew. Are there any questions? Yes, from Councillor Calvert.
Sorry, I can't get my... Sorry, I was having difficulty with my mic, Matthew. Just because you obviously worked there, how do you think the actual, because it sounds like to me it's going to be almost like a commuter run for cyclists, so how do you think that's going to integrate with the shops and the businesses in the area? How effective do you think it will be?
Well, I think a lot of the, so you want to get the cyclists going past the shops rather than going past nothing, which is Murphy Mulgrave, right? So I mean, I don't think it's hugely good or hugely bad. The key with all these things is not nobbling the amount of parking. Just look at the surrounding streets and find as much additional parking there as possible. Have a really comb through that space, try and find those extra parks. But as someone who walks and crosses Molesworth Street, the parked cars are dangerous, particularly at the crest. The amount of times you get cars zooming up and down that, or up that street, and as pedestrians, there's no safe place to cross, and they really do reduce visibility. So long before the cycleways proposed, I was keen to see less car parking on that street, because it's not great for the pedestrian visibility.
Thank you, Matthew. We have run out of time, but that's been very useful information. Thank you.
Thanks, councillors.
Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on now to Vivian. I think you've just arrived. Yeah. Are you happy to speak now? Yeah, good. You have 5 minutes. There's the time goes up on the display board up near the ceiling.
Can you hear me? Do I need to do anything?
Yeah. No, you don't. You're fine.
No? Cool. Okay. So I'm talking about the Thorndon connection, and I'm asking for a pause and a reconsideration of the plans for this route. Firstly, this is a secondary connection in the cycleway, and I think that we should first be looking at traffic calming measures such as 30 kilometres proposed for Tinakori Road and Hill Street, potentially to be extended for the whole of the route, which would help for pedestrians, I believe, as well as cyclists. I think we can also look at signalised bike crossings and cycle phasing for traffic lights to help cyclists as well. And as I say, this is a secondary, not a primary connection, although it is on a key arterial route from a traffic flow perspective. Also, this is a period of major construction in the area. The Archives building, Molesworth, there's a building in Molesworth Street, the bus interchange are all in progress, but still going to take some time to finish. Environment House and a new building in Kate Shepherd Place are due to start. So why are we planning to introduce additional traffic congestion and chaos at this particular time? There's been much emphasis placed on emission reduction as a benefit of cycleways such as this, and that is definitely not a given. In fact, quite likely the opposite in this particular area. From an already low base, I understand the projected increase in cycling numbers is less than half a bus load per day. I mean, that's hearsay, so that may or may not be true. This will lead to more congestion and the proposed plans will lead to longer local car trips, which increases emissions. I walked down Hill Street and up Molesworth Street on Wednesday to get my flu vaccination. It was a rainy day. Every available park in Molesworth Street was taken and Aiken Street looked pretty full too. This is not car storage or commuter parking we're talking about here. It's short-term paid parking, providing access to health and business services, as well as some residents in the area, So the revenue loss is projected to be more than $500,000 from the removal of the car parks under this plan, compounding the loss from other central cycleway parking loss from the cycleways. So where is the shortfall to be made up from? I mean, that's ratepayers is the only thing I can think of, unless there is some funding to replace parking that has not been advised. So the business impact of this removal of the parking on top of COVID, the protests and less people coming into the CBD and peripheral areas anyway over the last few years, this is a destination service and shopping area and it cannot possibly be recouped by a very few commuter cyclists using the route. There are design flaws and safety issues in the proposed plans have been called out in many of the submissions, and even the Wellington Cycle Lobby do not support the proposed two-way cycling lane in Lower Molesworth Street, which also drives unnecessary change to Aiken Street, reducing the mitigating effect that side streets are supposed to have on removal of parking from the key streets such as Molesworth and Murphy Street. I would say please ask the project team to review the serious submissions and suggestions made by some of the other submitters, for example, the Foodstuff submission, the Thorndon Residents Association submission and Fran Wild's submission, all very detailed submissions with alternative proposals included. A perfect outcome is not attainable given our constrained roads the cycling connections are being retrofitted into. Please stop pitting cyclists against the rest of the community. Involve the community in the design phase, not a token the community reps in the design phase, not a token consultation of a predetermined outcome. Introduce some real innovation, not just ideology and one size fits all. Clearways are proven to work well for general traffic and bus lanes. They also can benefit cyclists. Melbourne, Adelaide and Brisbane all utilise clearways for cyclists, for commuting cyclists. Why can't the project team work with Waka Kotahi to trial some in Wellington? We could be the first in New Zealand to do this because I believe that currently you cannot have cycleways as a clearway. So you need to add a few buses if you want to have a cycling clearway.
Just wondering, Vivian, if you'd like to wrap up, we do have a question from Councillor Pāenga.
Yeah. That's fine.
That's it? Okay, Councillor Pāenga.
Well, thank you, Chair, and Vivian, thanks for all the work that you've done. I'm just wondering, Thorndon, apart from the CBD, is the suburb closest to the major public transport hub in our city. Do you see that there is a place for Thorndon, really, I guess, to change quite a lot because of that easy access to public transport? And also that cycling is not just about commuter cyclists, it's about changing the way that our suburbs work so that they're more livable and more people-friendly? Thank you.
Yes, I do. I mean, I think under the new spatial plan, there is potential for changes and more people living in the CBD and in an area such as where the cycle route is planned for. But in the interim period, when we wait for this to happen, what happens to the businesses that are there now? I mean, we're talking about projected cycling numbers being quite low. They're not able to support the existing businesses, even if they all stopped on their way home from work, which is not, I mean, people need to come to the dentists, the health professionals, etc., all during the day, not just, and they're not going to, this is not just about commuters, cyclists, but this is an arterial route, and it is likely that most of the cyclists will be commuter cyclists. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Vivian, and thank you for coming in and sharing that information with us. Yeah. I think the last before lunch is, goodness, lost my place. Diane. Welcome, Diane.
Hi, councillors. So I'm Diane Owinger, and I'm a resident at 130 Onipu Road. So you won't be surprised to know that what I wanted to talk about was the proposal to do away with all the on-street parking and make a two-way cycleway there. And I did find it really interesting hearing, I guess I want to give you a different perspective on some of the issues that Abby raised before about whose convenience and whose safety and whose choice and about what the equity issues are in this proposal. So I bought my home there as my end of days home. I bought it, I'm soon to retire. I thought this is the house I was wanting to spend, and I bought it because it was on a nice flat street, it had well located other things that I could easily get to in the days when my mobility weren't so great. Certainly I had no idea that you were going to propose to remove the off-street parking. I could hop out of my house to my car just on the street there, and I could go and do things in the days when I couldn't be running to catch buses and so forth. So I was thinking about this submission actually when I stood on the street by my car and I looked down the street, and about 7 houses down I could see the elderly lady on her walker. She wasn't when I moved there 10 years ago, but she is now on a walker. She was standing in front of her car. She can get the 10 steps from her house into her car, and she can still get out and about. Behind her car was the AA man. Her battery was flat. The AA man could park in front of her car, and she could do the things she needed to do. And I thought about what will happen to her if the cycleway proposal goes ahead, and she has to park somewhere unknown, if there's a spare place, on some side street, which there probably won't be. Now, Onipu Road, those of you who travel down it, I'm sure you've all been there, the wind blows off the ocean. It's a very windy street. It can be a very wet street. She's not going to be able to continue to actually have a car and use it in any practical way if the cycleway proposal goes ahead. So what's that going to mean for her? And I think, I feel a bit passionate about this because in 10 years' time, she could be me. It's going to mean that actually her friends, who are all in her age group, who at the moment can again park their cars just near her house and pop in and see her, they're not going to be able to do that. They're not going to come nearly as often, and she's not going to get out nearly as much, and she's going to be much more socially isolated. And that is a concern that I don't think anybody has really thought about too much. So her choices and her safety, because if she's trying to get to a car somewhere streets away on her walker in the wind and the rain, is likely to be actually at risk as well. So I guess what the equity aspects of this proposal look like to me is a choice to advantage the fit and the young at the disadvantage of people who are older or who've got physical mobility issues. 3 houses down from her is the lady who's a paraplegic, and she's in a wheelchair. She doesn't drive herself, but she needs a mobility van to be able to park in front of her house to get out of her house. I find myself wondering what she will do. I need to do some renovations to my deck shortly. I wonder how I'm going to get the timber into my house. So I think there are a whole set of practical issues that meant this came like a bolt from the blue, I'd have to say, when, as the previous submitter said, this rather late stage consultation in terms of anybody who lived there suddenly emerged. So I guess I find myself thinking as well, what are the economic impacts of this? So the economic impacts for me, I think it's pretty clear really. I think all those houses are going to go down in value, because if I can buy a comparable villa on many of the other streets in Wellington, which I can park in front of, and then I've got the choice of this one here, which one am I going to be more willing to buy? And if more buyers are going elsewhere than here, then actually the asset that I thought was going to be the key thing that got me through my retirement is going to be worth less. Okay, so there are economic aspects for the homeowners, and actually also the comments previously for the shops. You know, some of those shops on Onipu Road are doing well. Elements Cafe, I think, will survive almost anything, but some of the dairies and things, I think will likely have great difficulty. I agree with the previous submitters. The people on bikes are much less likely to stop than the people in the cars and the locals who are parking there. So
we have got a question too. If you
stop now,
yeah,
take the question.
you're going to happy to stop now. So, Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. One of the there's two types of things. One is obviously on-street parking for the local residents, but there's another element which I was picking up about, has been picked up about just being able to get access. Do you think that the team have made enough provision for at least, say, one park within 100 metres for every 10 houses or something, just so that people can get to you and to others?
There are any of those. Now, if there are, please correct me, but that wasn't available in the information I saw. So what it looks like is no car parks.
Okay, thank you. I think we probably have run out of time, but thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate it. All right, it's now time for us to adjourn for lunch, and we're due back at 2:30. I think we have 60 minutes. 1:30, sorry. Not quite 2:30. We have 60 minutes. And as I said before, Councillor McNulty will be chairing after lunch. But thank you all for your attendance, and I'm really grateful, as I said, for all the people who've come to speak to us, and for our staff who've been working hard, keeping the process going too. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Right, no mai, haere mai. Welcome back to the public hearings on the bike submissions. Steve Cosgrove, I believe we've got you online. You're on mute.
Yes.
There we go.
A few more minutes, but never mind.
We've got 5 minutes, Steve. It does include time for questions. It flies past. Do you want to ballot 30 seconds or you're pretty...
No, I'll be fine, thanks.
Alrighty, take it away.
Newtown to Sea submission finished. My Newtown to Sea submission finished with a statement like, boomers like me have had almost free education. We have almost free medical care. We've bought almost all the houses, and now we want to take up the road space as well. I thought that seemed really unfair. This morning, I hear people saying their cars are too big to fit in the garage. Kirsty got in before me with the suggestion that council officers might be able to assist people in making better use of off-street resources they have. We can't just keep on taking all the. Can't keep on taking this very expensive road space, which all our rates pay for, because never mind that. You've got the idea. Change is hard, and one of the things missing from the discussion from Kilburnie is alternatives to a personal car, but they're there. We have our ride share. We have electric scooters for some people. Sometimes they're suitable. There are solutions. And cars are very, very expensive at all levels. And but they're what we've had for the last 70 odd years, I suppose. And like I said, change is hard. There's talk about, and again, there's this talk about shops closing. 4 dairies have closed in Newtown in the 20 years or so that I've been here, and there's not a bike lane in sight anywhere near any of them. Times change, sadly, for those who are affected negatively, but things change. And I've been asking anyone who will talk to me, give me one example anywhere of a shopping centre that has died because of improved pedestrian or cycle access. It just doesn't happen. Individual shops, it's really, change is hard, like I say, but it doesn't happen. You see that again. So Newtown, we've seen graphic examples this morning of that divide in Kilburnie between the people of my generation who don't see alternatives to a car and have very high expectations of what council should fund for them. Leave that up to you. Thorndon, let's move over there. The Thorndon Residents Association found a council report saying there's about 80 people riding through Thorndon in a day. That is exactly why these changes need to happen. I didn't need to do any research. These people did it for me. 80, you look at the, big hill up there. There must be far more people living on that hill around Wadestown and other areas who would like to go through Thorndon, but the rat race that it is just scary. And so Thorndon has to accept change too. I like the idea of the two-way cycleway along Molesworth Street, but heavens, sounds very disruptive. I'm not sure it's practical. The idea is nice, and certainly not under the strategy the council has of having low-cost paths that can be changed, which we saw in Newtown, of course. We've made a few changes to our paths out here, and it's been there 6 months, and the only significant change I've noticed is that the most virulent opponent who closed down her shop because of the cycle lane has apparently opened again. So we need to, change is hard, we need to get on with it. And then there's my favourite phrase of the morning was positive mobility. Kirsten and her family, her whānau, have presented that so well. And I have this plan in 2042, there's forward planning. I intend to ride my bike up to see a friend in Hungerford Road. I'm going to use the Hungerford Road cycle path. There'll be one by then. I'll have an electric bike to get me up the hill. And we're going to celebrate our 80th birthdays together. And I'm confident I'll be able to do that. And David Trapp was there yesterday. He'll have made it clear to you why it's reasonable of me to be confident that I will still be able to ride my bike up the hill to Hungerford Road when I'm 80 years old. Because that's what cycling does. And it's up to you. You're the ones who can put in the move, start the move now to make that a viable option for far more Wellingtonians. And that's it for me today.
Excellent. You are bang on 5 minutes, Steve. Thank you very much. Appreciate that generational optimism. Are there any questions for Steve? Excellent. No, we're good, Steve. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I'll watch the rest. Bye, Aaron.
And we are followed by another Steve. Right, Steve, you've got 5 minutes. Does include time for questions. Do you want to bell when you've got 30 seconds, or are you good?
I'm good. It shouldn't be too long.
Cool. Take it away.
All right. Kia ora, counsellors. I'm Stephen Maslin. I'm a nurse, mental health therapist, father, and sometimes a bit of a geek. Normally I come here to say how excited I am for new cycleways. This is no different today. I'm excited, but today I also feel angry. I want to be able to bike or bus to Lyell Bay Beach. I want to cruise to my friend's place in Thorndon or a favourite haunt of ours, Parliament Playground, by bike. And I do this, but it feels like I'm putting my life and my children's life in my hands when I do. Last year, I was physically assaulted on my bike. A man in his ute rammed me and yelled homophobic slurs at me. I've been passed by cars going speeds up to 70 kilometres per hour. Last week, I was passed by a bus with less than 30 centimetres. I asked him why he passed so close at the next bus stop, showing how little time he saved by this manoeuvre, even going uphill. And his defence was I should have pulled over. Whether they're right or not does not excuse this behaviour. We call these punishment passes as vehicles pass closely, purposefully, because they do not want us on our roads. Maybe you can start to see why I'm angry. I'm angry because our roads are unsafe. Vehicles are bigger and more dangerous. Big SUVs and ute sales are skyrocketing. These are worse for the environment, and we're enabling this behaviour with our car-centric road designs. I'm angry because even when we do put in cycleways, we make compromises for vehicles, such as Adelaide Road cycleway is dangerously narrow and not connected, all to fit in one more lane of vehicle traffic. I'm angry at our streets that could be so much more beautiful if we repurpose spaces for bikes, buses, parklets, and trees, rather than inefficiently cramming in as many cars as we can. I'm angry that when we want to get exercise, going for a bike ride involves mincing with traffic. It's no secret that biking is good for our health outcomes, and when a city enables this safely, those health outcomes are applied across a larger population with an uptake in active transport. When I use the bus, I just get stuck in congested traffic. I'm angry that our streets take away choice to commute by bus or bike or walking because of the danger they cause to more vulnerable transport choices. The choice to be active, the choice to make environmentally friendly decisions. I'm angry that my kids can't enjoy our streets. When I was in Arrowtown over Christmas, we could bike in the township with my 6-year-old on his own bike. Here, I have no chance of that. Please, let's build these cycleways and do it without compromise. Make sure they're connected. Put safety first, not saving 2-3 seconds of a driver's time. Let's get this built. Let's not make compromises. Let's do it for our planet. Let's do it for our kids. Let's do it for our healthcare. Let's do it for our city. See you on the road.
Thank you very much, Steve, for that clear presentation and first-hand experience. Are there any questions? No, we're looking good. Thank you very much.
Cool.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to adjourn till 2 o'clock as we've had a few cancellations come through. So see you in 15 minutes. submitters here, so we'll have a few back to back. Like to welcome up Evan. You can come to the lectern or sit at the top of the table, whichever is more comfortable for you. So we've got 5 minutes to present. That does include questions. Do you want a bell at 30 seconds, or you've got the clock? You good?
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds great.
Okay, cool. Take it away.
Okay, sorry I haven't had a ton of time to prepare, but I really appreciate that you guys are here to listen to here. So tēnā koe ko Evan Pāenga-whāwhā. I'll just talk briefly about the importance of the Kilbirnie and Thorndon cycleways today, and especially the one on Epu Road, but also just comment on some of the broader observations I've seen in the city coming from living abroad for a while, and yeah, just talk about that for a bit. So first of all, my partner, daughter, and I commute by bike nearly every day of the week. From the back of Miramar to usually somewhere on the terrace or around central Wellington. And it's a safe and reliable joy mine for us. It makes our lives a lot happier being able to ride. And I think Wellington's doing a really great job with the cycleways. And, with every time I see these things pop up, I really appreciate it. It makes me feel safer. I'm really encouraged by the way things are going. That being said, I've lived in some other pretty cool cities like Wellington, Boulder, Colorado, Vancouver, British Columbia, a few other places in British Columbia. And I've never experienced drivers who are as hostile and crazy as they are in Wellington. And there seems to be a culture here that I haven't seen before, where the way I describe it is "see bike must pass," and it's pretty horrifying when you have a 3-year-old on the back. And I can't tell you the amount of times I've been passed by going 20 or 30K, someone in the other lane passing me, going 50 or 60, going into the other lane with a red light in front of us, and that happens like all the time. And it's really pretty shocking. So, I mean, the more cycleways in this city, the better. And I think to complement this, there really should be some education pieces with some of the drivers, with just literally just understanding, going 60 in a 30 with a red light in front of you isn't going to give you much advantage. So anyways, those are just some simple comments. Especially in Kilbirnie on Epu Road, we use that all the time. We take cycleways, usually either along the waterfront around Evans Bay, or I can't even remember the name of the road, but the one that goes by Pack and Save to get to on Epu Road to go to the beach at Lyle Bay. My experience is that cars drive really, really fast on that road. And that's fine. It's pretty wide. So I am, it's not like one of the narrow ones that you see in Newtown, but I would just say that there's been a few times where, you'll go to the side and give some space, and then we've almost been car doored a few times. And so just seeing and car dooring is when someone doesn't look over their shoulder and whips open the door and almost takes you out. And I've seen a big difference in the areas where even there's just some green and something to force people to look for that sort of thing. And just to think about it before they whip open a car door. And it takes some time. It's not like you put that green lane there overnight and they're just all of a sudden going to look over their shoulders. But I have seen change in a lot of places in Wellington. As that's popped up, people are more considerate of cyclists. So honestly, that's all I have to say. I just wanted to come here in person and talk about that. But yeah, for the places in Wellington where there aren't cycleways, it's damn scary. Yeah, I really think, especially some of the areas I think especially around Newtown, to be honest, is you're going to see seeing a death wouldn't be out of question. Seeing the way drivers go around there, so I just want to acknowledge that. So
thanks, Evan. I do have one question from Pāenga-whāwhā for you.
Yep.
Kia ora, Evan. Thank you for that. Just in terms of the Kilburnie and the two upgrades, do you have any specific improvements or tweaks you would make to them in particular?
I'd have. For one, I would just like to see a designated place for riders. I know there's like the Island Bay system where it's closer to the sidewalk versus one where it's closer to the road for parked cars. I think there's like a lot of variables that you guys have to balance as a council on how that works and parking considerations. And I don't have that data and how that works in front of me. But I would just appreciate a designated cycling lane. That's all.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Evan, for sharing those ideas and your lived experience.
Cheers. Thank you.
We have Alex Dyer next from Cycle Wellington, seasoned vet. You know the drill, 5 minutes and a little bit flexible, so got some time for questions as well.
Excellent. Go, go, go. Kia ora koutou, ko Alex toko ingoa. Thanks for the time today. If people who don't know me that well, I live in South Berempore, otherwise known as Island Bay, and I ride a bike as my primary mode of getting around. I'm on a cargo bike. They are the future. Get on board. We really like this. So speaking on behalf of Cycle Wellington today, we really like these projects and we really appreciate being involved in the stakeholder group to comment on the design process of this. It's really encouraging. These are, of course, an important step in creating a connected network, which is what we should all be focused on, not any specific niggly thing. These are all steps in one big, larger project. And I just want to really reiterate the importance of a comfortable network for cycling. Active transport is a major step that this body has any control over in affecting its climate action. So you really can't underestimate how important that is for you to proceed with. It's also worth bearing in mind how important it is for lifting well-being and health in general for our people of this area. We hear a lot about maybe I will not drive today because it's good for the environment or it's good for my health, but I don't think people have enough time in their day to really reflect on just how important it is to make those changes in their lives. And for you as a body to enable them to do that is really important. Just a couple of notes in a general program sense, I guess. The projects are incorporating speed reductions in a piecemeal fashion, which is I guess useful for really keeping track of where speed reduction would really help. But just in some of the recent meetings, I'm just worried that some of the projects might be leaning too heavily on the promise of a speed review that's citywide. I'd really like them to be pushing for actually listing speed reductions will really help here, 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 and here, and here, just to really add to the case for change that actually broader speed management effects will be are sorely needed as well. And my final major point, I guess, is we're worried that the consultation formats are still creating undue tension that is arising due to some of the way that they're framed and the questions that they're asking. We get told that these are not a vote. This is not a vote on if these projects should proceed, that this is how they should be improved, how people can, what people can give of their local knowledge. But what we see in the questions of the online one, at least, and I'm not sure if it's exactly the same questions on the printed or the postal, is how much do you support this? Which immediately creates a tension and a competition. You can call it a vote if you want or not, but it's our feeling is that question format is evoking more tension than it needs to, and we'd like those reviewed, because if you're actually asking for people to give their local expertise on how to make parts of the networks better, do that. A couple of things about the two routes. So Kilburnie, we're not in favour of switching the treatment halfway down the length of Onipu Road. If there's a technical reason why that has to happen, we're not going to be able to stop you. We just need to flag that we don't think that's the right thing to do, not without a lot further interventions than putting bikes as traffic calming. I don't think people on bikes should be calming heavy vehicle flows, no matter how heavy they are or not. And the big missing point is the connection to Crawford Road. That's still a big gap that we'd like looking at either through Coots or Childers Crescent, Coot Street or Childers Crescent. And Thorndon is largely looking really good. It highlights, I think, the opportunity to do more for placemaking in these projects, to really sell the opportunity to shopping areas like in Tinakori Road, to make those better places for people to dwell as well. Kia ora. Any questions?
Excellent. Thank you so much. Alex, are there any questions? Councillor Calvert?
Couldn't let you get past without a question, Alex. In terms of, because you've obviously been, a strong cyclist yourself, and I was really interested to hear you about the placemaking aspect, because I think that's one thing that would actually help when we just don't do things through a cycle route. So have you got any more thoughts just about how we can deal with the placemaking at the same time as thinking about a bike lane or cycle route?
I think that there's a lot more options that these projects aren't really incorporating yet to do with, like if this location is really about placemaking, to actually remove a lot of the barriers to people being in that space. But of course that's at direct competition with people being able to flow through to where they are going eventually. But yeah, I think there's some great examples around, like parts of the Miramar shops have actual, plaza type areas, raised pedestrian areas. I know, for example, there's a real challenge for this for the southern route from Newtown to South Berempore. And that there's a huge amount of vehicles going through there, but if we could actually create a real town, these are these communities, town centres of a sort. So we should be looking for ways to celebrate that, even as we allow people on bikes the ability to move through there. So because people on bikes are far more compatible with people spaces than 10,000 vehicles a day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex, and for sharing those comments and thoughts around speed management and consultation and improvements. Next up, we have Linda to speak to us. So we've got 5 minutes, Linda, to include time for questions, though we've got a little bit of flexibility as we've had a few cancellations today.
Cool. Kia ora. I'm Linda Beatson. I'm also with Cycle Wellington. I'm Alex's co-chair. So I'd like to start by saying that I recognise how privileged I am that I can show up here today. I've got flexibility with my work. I've actually just started working part-time, so a lot of people who might want to come and participate like this, I really acknowledge that actually they can't, and I'm in a really fortunate position. I live in the city fringe. I live in Thompson Street. I ride my bike most of the time. We do have a car as well. I've had 6 months working at the Department of Internal Affairs at St Paul's Square. So I've been riding to Thorndon every day for the last 6 months, well, until 2 weeks ago. And between my place and my work, there were 18 traffic lights. So normally I would go down Willis Street along Lambton Quay because the Keys is just way too scary, and then up the hill. And I'm really delighted to see that there's some, feasible bike lanes being put in Thorndon. I did have the experience quite often going up Molesworth Street, that being taken out, just about being taken out by taxis for some reason, going ahead of me and then pulling into the High Court to drop people off or to do right-hand turns. And I'd heard that, people had said that there was hardly anybody, when the last time it was measured, there were like 81 bikes went up there in a day. And so why would you have a cycle lane on Molesworth Street? Well, the building I worked in had 2,500 places to work, the Department of Internal Affairs. It's huge. There's parking underneath, parking for 12 vehicles, which includes service vehicles, but parking for 80 bikes. And that's not the only building of that kind of size around there. There's a huge concentration of people working. So if we look at the National Library, the Ministry of Health, Department of Courts, the Justice Precinct, Parliament buildings, New Zealand Police and IRD, more than 10,000 people working in that very, small amount. And for people to be able to safely ride to work is a really big thing. Every person on a bike is, if they're able to ride one, is one less person on a car and one less person on a crowded bus. So I say, this is perfect for people travelling to work and also living around there. If you're going to Wadestown, that's the main route that you're going to take. I won't talk about my actual submission, but I think it's a really good idea for it to go up Molesworth Street and then downhill, go all the way down Murphy Street, rather than do the dogleg onto Aitken Street. I'm pretty sure it's going to be really well used, and really, delighted to see that it's happening. I have to say I did attend both of the meetings at the backbencher about the cycleway, and a lot of the things that people raised were really valid and really sensible, and there's a lot of tweaks that can be made to the broad brush of the things. So what I'd like to say to you is please do it, and please hurry up, and looking forward to be using it.
Thank you, Linda. Two questions, one from myself and then Councillor Calvert. Just some ideas that have come up today around reducing speed limits, and I suppose that being enough around the roads, given you're part of the group. Tinakori Road and places like that where we've reduced those speed limits, has that been safer for you? What's the experience you've had?
Yeah, I know that the speeds have been reduced, but if I bike along Tinakori Road, it doesn't feel like people are going any more slowly than they were previously. But I think it's people need to kind of get used to these things, that eventually you're going to know that if there's speed bumps on a street, that discourages you from using it as a cut through. And I think having the low traffic kind of neighbourhoods will have the same effect. So unless you're going there for a purpose, you're not going to use it as a cut through, and so it will make it nicer. And go back to the safety statistics, that the chances of you being killed if you're hit at 30 k's an hour are markedly less than if you are hit at 80 or 50 k's an hour, and that goes for people on bikes or pedestrians. And you're also less likely to, if you're driving, to have a problem with somebody flinging open their car door or jumping out or jaywalking or whatever. It just makes it nicer. I think we're in too much of a hurry quite often.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert?
It was interesting that you work in Molesworth Street or have worked in Molesworth Street. So how do you, if you worked in Molesworth Street, you would have seen that there's been some roadworks there as they're building.
By the bus?
Up opposite Pipitier Street.
Oh, yeah.
The construction area.
Yep.
Now, my understanding is there's a construction area for the next couple of years.
Yeah.
And it also would impact, if the cycleway goes in, it's going to impact even further, and even the cycleway may need to adjust.
Yeah.
How do you feel about, the council doing this work now? in the midst of a road that's going to be under quite a bit of construction in one way or the other.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I think it's not a reason to not do something, because there's always going to be something that is going to be happening, and we need to be flexible and agile and just adjust to things, you know, as they're happening. You know, if there's if a crane needs to go in and takes out, you know, one lane of traffic for 3 weeks, then we all adjust to that. We just go, oh yeah, that's slightly inconvenient, but you know, it's just part of, you know.
And if it actually took out the cycle lane?
I don't see any reason for it to take out the cycle lane. There's other things that should go, because people need to be able to ride safely on bikes, and preferably scooters as well, because my personal opinion is scooters shouldn't be on and skateboards and things shouldn't be on the footpath, because that's awful for pedestrians. And if it has to be like stop go, or you know, down to a single lane, it happens in other places. I don't think Molesworth Street is particularly special.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Linda. We have Damien joining us online next. So Damien, we have 5 minutes, ideally including time for questions as well. And are you ready to go? All right, take it away.
Yeah, wonderful. I could talk on a few of the things that the previous speaker mentioned. I missed their name. I joined a little bit late, but I'm a resident of Kilburnie. I make current use of the existing cycleways on Crawford Road, or separated cycleways. My general experience as a cyclist around Wellington has been one where whenever there has been an initiative, not in all cases, but just about in all cases where there's been an initiative to make cycleways safer and to separate them out from kind of sharing space with you know, people in cars or buses or pedestrians for that matter, it's resulted in a better experience for all of those users, for all road users or for all transport users. So generally speaking, I'd advocate as kind of a cyclist and as somebody with a young child who I also transport on the back of my bike on the way to daycare and on the way to, as I travel myself to work, that separated cycleways in general are really enhance my sense of safety and reduce, I guess, the general risk I feel of being of commuting or traveling by bike. Yeah, full stop. And I know as much is true for kind of my colleagues and also for my partner, who's more hesitant to ride on a bike. So that's kind of a general statement. I think it's also probably useful to note that my cycling has reduced recently. I was knocked off my bike on Taranaki Street by a car door, so a pedestrian actually hopping out while they were stopped at the traffic lights. I was riding, thankfully, reasonably slowly down the inner lane, and a pedestrian who thought it was an appropriate time to hop out and didn't know how to do the Dutch reach, or even if they didn't know how to, wasn't doing it at the time, opened up their door, and I collided with their door and fell off my bike. So that's just one incident, and someone who's relatively careful on a bike where the risks to health have become all too clear and present to me as someone who rides for transport and for pleasure. In terms of the proposed cycleways, I can see myself making more use of the cycleways in and around the Kilburnie region, predominantly because my offices are on Vivian Street. And I often go down to Lyell Bay, especially in the warmer months, of which there are too few in Wellington, with my daughter on the back. We spend time at the beach. We go down there, and it's a wonderful way for us to be able to avoid competing for parking, and for, I think, actually diminishing the value of that recreational space by having more cars and fewer people walking to and cycling to those kind of active spaces. So I think providing a way for us to be able to access in a safe manner that area would be really useful. We equally use I'm not sure of the exact name of it, but where the Cobham Drive crossing is connecting to, that wraparound separated cycleway that currently runs past the ASB Sports Centre and by the airport. That's one that we use as well. And having a connected up format for those transport routes would be wonderful. In terms of in and around Tinakori Road, look, again, it's kind of a more generalised statement. We spend time at the Botanic Gardens. Again, I've got a 3-year-old, so I make the most out of the recreational facilities in and around the Wellington region as I can. And having ways for us to be able to cycle safely into town, to cycle from the waterfront through that busy commercial area and to the Botanic Gardens without having to contest with as much, car traffic or bus traffic would really enhance the possibilities of making more of those journeys. So that's about it. Really.
Excellent. Thank you, Damien. We've left a bit of time for questions if anyone has patai. No. All right. Look, thank you for sharing your experience and what it means when an injury comes through in terms of your... Actually, one from the Deputy Mayor for you.
Sure.
Kia ora, Damien, and thank you. And this is actually more to do with the cycling down the inside, and I'm really sorry to hear about your mishap in Taranaki Street. But it can happen to anyone at any time. Is there something that you think we could be doing better to help drivers know or to just help outline a path for cyclists on inside lanes, given that space is a challenge? But yeah, is there anything overseas you've seen how other countries do it?
Like the Dutch Reach.
Yeah, I mean, the Dutch Reach, maybe a campaign on that could be useful. I think more generally having kind of the better cycle lanes I've seen overseas, as I say, quite distinctly separate traffic, car traffic from both pedestrians and cyclists. And I'd agree with the previous speaker in that I think people on scooters should be encouraged to be using cycle lanes, because I think they actually pose a reasonably significant risk to pedestrians. But to your question as to kind of what I've seen overseas, I think in Europe, it's quite often, pedestrian and cyclist areas are raised and elevated away from, roads, which are predominantly used for cars and buses and other transport. So I think that in busy areas where there's quite a bit of thoroughfare, that could be an approach. But I'd say the better thing is more so a consistency of approach, because I think that if we have a range of different modes or formats for road design in and around the city, it'll be confusing for everyone. And I think there's a risk in that as well. So I think where Wellington has kind of separated cycleways from the footpaths and from the road, and sometimes just by using bollards and dividers, I think that's fine. But I think that consistency in approaching clear approaches to that are most appropriate. I know around the Evans Bay connection, it's a little bit more of a kind of...
to touch you up there because we are running a bit over time now.
No worries.
Appreciate your time today, and
thank you
very much. I believe we've got Helen online now.
Yes, hello.
Kia ora, Helen. So we've got 5 minutes, ideally including time for questions as well, as we're running a little bit tight at the moment. It does go by quite quickly. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Right,
Thank you.
take it away.
I have made a written submission. I'm not sure if the committee's had an opportunity to read it.
Yeah, we all have a copy of it, yes.
Great. So I understand the committee's role is to consider community feedback and to decide whether to approve the proposed changes. I'm not sure if anyone was really expecting the level of feedback that has been received, but it is really quite impressive. One of the things I think the committee needs to consider is who is the community. Is it local residents, local businesses, users of the road, or all of the above? I think it's important to consider who might be most affected by these proposals. And I would suggest that significant consideration is given to local residents. For a great number of local residents, they will be affected by the significant number of on-street car parks that will be removed. I'm sure there are a lot of other people who will speak to this issue, but what is the council saying to the elderly, the infirm, those with young children, or even able-bodied residents who have to bring their groceries inside after shopping? As currently proposed, the council is saying, we think it's quite okay that you now have to walk a few minutes from where you park your car to get to your house with your young children, your mobility walker, your groceries in the dark or in the rain. It's not a case of NIMBYism. The aims are laudable, but I have a genuine concern that some of what is proposed is not sensible. For example, it does not seem sensible to have a cycle lane on the same route where there is quite deliberately high vehicular traffic, cars, buses and trucks, when there are wide and less busy roads essentially parallel. And those roads would also have the benefit of shelter from the southerly that blows up Onupu Road. To add insult to this is the fact that to make this cycle lane happen, a really significant number of on-street car parks will need to be removed. Similarly, it does not seem sensible to me to turn 3 streets in the area into cul-de-sacs when there is already significant congestion at the intersection of Onupu Road and Cootes Street. People accessing the supermarkets, the enormous number of people driving in and around Kilburnie for weekend sports activities mean that this congestion is already a really significant issue. This would only be exacerbated by turning Ewell and Ross streets into cul-de-sacs, not to mention the greater challenges for emergency services. If the purported aim of the project is to improve the safety for pedestrians in the area, the logical thing I think would be to address what I consider to be the biggest existing safety hazard, and that's the obviously dangerous positioning of pedestrian crossings on Onupu Road, Far Street, and the 2 pedestrian crossings on Queen's Drive. I think a pedestrian crossing should be added on Freiburg Street outside Lyell Bay School, instead of turning it into a cul-de-sac that will result in parents needing to do U-turns after dropping their children off at the school gate. Similarly, any concerns about accidents at the Ewell and Endeavour Street intersection could be addressed by increasing the visibility at these corners, by extending the no parking distance from the edge of the corners. I've lived in Rongotai for around 13 years, and my children have gone to Lyell Bay School, EBIS, and now on to college. And we've walked and cycled and driven around the neighbourhood for many years, and I have seen how things have changed. In my years in the area, the most dangerous street to cross with my children has always been Onupu Road. I'd also like to call out one other specifically dangerous intersection as I see it, which is the one where Rongotai Road, Troy and Salick Streets intersect. In my opinion, the proposed changes will not adequately address the existing dangers. I totally support the desire to create a safe cycling network to encourage future transport options that do not rely on cars. However, the current proposals have not got that balance right. Just a couple of points touched on in my written submission. Has the impact of the proposed bus depot in Kingsford Smith Street been taken into account? I supported another submitter's proposal on alternative streets to be used for the cycle network. That's in my written submission. I really do not agree with the buses stopping in the middle of Onupu Road, which will hold up the traffic, which is designed to be a main artery for vehicles, a proposition that's only necessary if a cycle lane is added to Onupu Road, and that's a move I do not support. But finally, I do think the crossing across Cobham Drive is great, and I understand why Let's Get Wellington Moving went for that quick win, and I also do think the proposed access via the side of the sports centre should work very well. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent, thanks Helen. I did let you go a bit over because I could tell you're coming to a conclusion there, but I do need to move on as we've got a few other submitters there. So I just want to say thank you for the time you've taken to put in that detailed submission and some of those good ideas you've highlighted around safety. I believe next we have Julene in the room. Kia ora, Julene. So we've got 5 minutes, including time for questions. It does fly by quickly and the clock's up there. Take it away.
Thank you, kia ora. So my name is Julene. I live in Wadestown and I work in the CBD. I have my youngest son who's 10 months old who goes to the daycare in Hill Street behind Parliament, and I do commute most days on my bike and take my child to Hill Street on the bike as well. And I obviously strongly support the development of cycleways and better infrastructure for cyclists and pedestrians and public transport around the Thorndon area to make it safer for us. At the moment, to go to Hill Street, we take the back roads and we use the pedestrian the footpath, the pedestrian path where we can, because it is not safe enough to bike with a young child at the front on the road and to share the road. If there was a good cycleway built in Molesworth Street and a good connection to Hill Street or Mulgrave Street, we would definitely bike around that way to go to Hill Street. And I believe that slowing it down to 30 km an hour with the speed bumps as proposed would be a massive improvement. I cannot count how many times I've been overtaken by cars driving at least 50 km an hour on that street, even though there is a daycare and a school further down. So overall, strong supporter of all of that. I am not a big fan of the two-way cycleways for that lower part. I think it's in Molesworth Street. I strongly prefer one-way cycleway all the way down and good connections there just to avoid accidents between cyclists. I think that's pretty much what I wanted to emphasize today. The rest is in my written submission. I did live in Denmark for 4 years, didn't own a car, and was cycling everywhere with my bike. So if you have questions around good overseas infrastructure, I'd be more than happy to provide comments on that.
So thank you, Julene. Would someone like to take up the opportunity? I'll do that for you. And so what is it overseas that was maybe, let's say, the number one enabler of cycling that we could integrate into our network in Wellington?
The protected cycleways. Just the fact that it is protected is a massive improvement. Just painting on the road is not a cycleway, and it incentivizes people to use it because it's supposed to be for cyclists, but I see it as very dangerous. So the fact that it's protected is a massive plus. In Denmark, in Copenhagen at least, I think most cycleways are so elevated, so it looks like a footpath, but it is also separated from the actual footpath, so to make sure people do not step in or use one or the other. And they're also wide enough and flat, so that's make it much safer. There's no bumps or anything like that, so it makes it much safer. And good connections to enter cycleways, leave cycleways, crossroads as well. I really like these boxes that have been put on the roads to allow people to just cross and then turn, as opposed to turn with traffic. So that's what I've been doing. Do you see what I mean? Yes. I think more of these and more campaigns to educate people on how to use this to avoid cyclists continuing to turn with traffic and just use these boxes. There's also some signing on, where you want to go, when you want to stop, that can be used from overseas because they are widely used. And just to follow on from what someone said before, consistency of practices is the key to make it work.
Thanks, Julene. I've got one more patai from Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, Julene. Thank you for your submission today. I was just interested to know whether you'd had a conversation with was it early childhood centre maybe that you dropped your child off to? Yeah. And were you able to share your views with them as well, so that they're aware that there are parents who will benefit from safe cycling infrastructure?
I have not, but I haven't discussed it with these proposed changes in mind, but they know that I cycle every day. They see me on my bike. All the kids love to see me on the bike. and they love to see my son on the bike. They're all very interested, and they know that we bike every day, and they always ask us, when it's bad weather, oh, did you cycle today? How was it? Or things like that. So I think they would be happy to have more of us joining the centre by bike, because parking is difficult and it's not going to get better no matter what happens.
Thank you.
And thanks, Jolene, for coming in and sharing those ideas and that lived experience. Next, I believe we have Mani in the room. So after Mani, we will go on the break we'd scheduled for 2:30. So you've got 5 minutes, does need to include time for questions, and the clock's up there.
Okay. I suppose I just wanted to raise what I experience overseas, like previous speakers. I don't bike in Wellington. I live near the Prime Minister's house. I don't bike because, like what other previous speakers have said, cars go beyond the speed limit. Even as a pedestrian, there's times like on the off-ramps, there's been close encounters where I've been hit as a pedestrian, even crossing from over to Molesworth Street to Thorndon, New World. There's no pedestrian crossing or anything up that way, and it can be quite dangerous at times. So I just wanted to share what I've got in my submission. What I found, I've been many times over to Ghent, which is in Belgium, and they have a philosophy which I learned quite quickly: people, pedestrians first, and then cars. So cars know that within the city of Ghent, they have to respect people and bikes first. It was a bit of a strange concept when first cycling through the place, because you're so used to, cars, got to watch out for cars, but they don't actually think of that. They don't even wear helmets. So they also, the last time I was biking through there, they have streets just dedicated to bikes, where I had the local city council bus, by law, had to go at my speed, couldn't go past me on that street. So there wasn't any such thing as splitting up. Some areas had splitting up of streets, but there were dedicated roads that only bicycles could go down. And they didn't take away, it didn't affect car parking space, so people could still park in residential areas, but they had to pay a certain amount to park there. So it really encouraged people to cycle everywhere. So that's... Any questions?
No, thank you for that nice, succinct submission, and it always, I think, is helpful for us to look at international ideas and comparisons to bring through. Has anyone got any questions? Councillor Free?
Yeah, so just to clarify, because you did talk about a couple of different things, streets just for people and then buses that are not allowed to overtake bikes.
I was impressed by that, because I'm cycling along and my son goes, "Mum, they have to respect you." And I went, okay, so they have to keep a certain distance behind. This includes mopeds can go down there as well, so mopeds is part of the cycle, bikes, and they cannot overtake you down the street, in these streets.
So this is so cars are excluded, private cars, but it's for other modes. But there's a real priority of
very much a
precedence.
Priority. There's hardly any paintings on the road. It's about teaching behaviours to drivers. There are signs that indicate where it is. They have a ring road, so everything within, say, like a ring road that goes around Wellington, everything in the centre is about people and bikes. And I thought that was pretty impressive, and that was the uptake, reduced accidents dramatically. If you look at Amsterdam, there's a really good documentary around how they implemented the philosophy of behaviours around drivers and with people and bikes. The one thing I must share, I came back from February because I went over to Ghent. They have pedestrian crossings. There's hardly any pedestrian lights. So there's a big flow happening where drivers and even bikes respect pedestrian crossings. So yes.
Thank you.
Okay. One more from Councillor Paul.
Yep.
Kia ora, Mani, thank you for that. And I'm really sorry to hear about your experiences that you've had in Thorndon, the near misses. Did you feel like the culture in Ghent was like much friendlier and much more like what are the kind of more cultural, social differences that you feel between Ghent and Wellington?
A big difference. Like I was so fascinated to see all these school kids on their bikes going to an excursion. They're all wearing vests and going down, say, Lambton Quay, and there was that real energy of the environment, really respecting the environment. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your submission. We are going to go on to a break now. Since we've already had Julian, we'll go to 2:50, so just almost 15 minutes. Sorry. Seated. All right, so we've got quite a solid block now, so I'm going to need to be a little bit stricter on the time than we have been earlier in the morning for submissions. So the first person we have with us is Matthew, who I believe you're online. So just working some things our end.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. So we've got 5 minutes, and that does need to include time for questions, and I'm just going to have to be quite strict on the time. And take it away when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is Matthew Watson. My submission is based mainly on my observations and discussions with people who live in the area of the cycle lane proposed area in Thorndon, and considerations of the changing environment that affects cycling, and why there may be pressure to spend large amounts of ratepayers' money on bike lanes. I live in Northland and frequently drive to the CBD down Garden Road and Bowen Street. I drive when my preferred method of walking across the Kelburn Viaduct and through Kelburn and the university is not practical. Much prefer to walk. My observations are that the bike lanes on Glenmore Street and Bowen Street are hardly used in both peak and off-peak times. Today, there was not a single cyclist in either direction on Bowen Street at 9 a.m. when I drove down that road. Discussions with locals who work in that area confirm that they're not often used. I believe the use of ratepayers' money to satisfy the demands of what must be a very small number of people, because I see very few of them, is improper stewardship of funds. From my observation, cyclists who support new cycle lanes are active and avid and were cyclists before the introduction of cycle lanes. Therefore, we're not reducing carbon emissions through reducing cars on the road. If cycle lanes were bringing more people, we would see them. I believe the growth in the work from home, which has been very sudden, and the slowing of traffic that's occurred in suburban areas such as Northland and Kelburn, now give a case for considering whether the problem that cycle lanes were trying to solve is dissipating. The amount of traffic must be reduced as the work from home has increased. I believe the council should consider further speed reductions and dynamic speed control signs that slow traffic according to volume, such as we have on the motorways, will help to make roads safer for cyclists. I think the climate in Wellington isn't conducive to cycling. The avid ones will always do it. The marginals are not being brought into cycling. And the hundreds of millions of dollars being proposed to be spent and being spent, I think could be devoted to some more pressing issues, and we should look at alternatives other than very, very expensive cycle lanes to be used by very, very few people. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Matthew. You've got a bit of time there. Any questions from anybody? Councillor 3.
Hi, Matthew. I guess my question to you would be, do you also think that it's not a good use of money to provide lots and lots of pedestrian network when that's relatively poorly used in some places too?
Well, if it's poorly used, I don't think whatever it is, we should continue to provide money. That it doesn't seem to be logical. So if we were to say, let's extend this pedestrian network and it's not being used, what is the point if we're not getting the outcome, which is, I think, usage?
I always got a question.
Excellent. Very quickly, Councillor Pennant, if you could.
Thank you for that. Do you accept that if the infrastructure's there, more people will be encouraged to use it? They're just not using it any at the moment because it's not complete. Kia ora.
I would hope that would have occurred as well. It would be fantastic if the cycle lanes were being used and we could reduce carbon emissions and people could be healthier, and the stress relief that comes from, hopefully, usually from exercising outdoors is fantastic. What a great outcome that sort of thing is. I encourage that, but if they're not being used, we are simply hoping against the reality.
Excellent. Thank you, Matthew. Sorry, I'm just going to have to move into as we are in the 5 minutes, so appreciate you coming in today, sharing those observations and some of those ideas around speed controls and taking those questions. Next, I have Callum. Are you in the room? Yes. Kia ora. So 5 minutes again, as you can see, being a bit tight on time and questions, just given the number of people we've got ready.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah. Kia ora. I'm Callum McMenamin. I'm visually impaired, and I can't drive and I can't ride a bike as a result. Well, perhaps I could get behind the wheel, but it wouldn't be very safe for others or myself. But I love increasing space for cyclists, and I love getting people out of cars because that makes it safer for people like me who walk everywhere. For those who can't see, my t-shirt reads, "The disabled are coming." And that is because they absolutely are. I'm a staunch advocate for increased pedestrian accessibility and safety in Wellington. Once we can walk down the streets, we can march down them. So with these changes, especially in Thorndon, I work in Thorndon, so it's a place I'm in quite often. I find the Thorndon area is extremely dangerous for pedestrians, especially those with visual impairment. There are a huge lack of safe pedestrian crossings across the roads. For instance, around Hill Street in Molesworth, the intersection there, you can only cross on 3 parts of the 4-way intersection, which means that sometimes you have to use 3 pedestrian crossings in order to cross the road. There's also on Pipatea Street, which is where I work, there's, those bumpy things on the footpath, TGSI indicators for people that are visually impaired. There's some that just lead directly out into an unsignalled crossing, which is extremely dangerous. I don't know what they're trying to achieve there, but it's quite spooky. Also around the New World there, which is a popular place for an average lunch, it's really scary around the driveway on New World. I regularly fear for my life in that area. So I wonder if these sorts of issues are being considered around accessibility in these plans. The danger I feel for my safety is something that I face every day, and because I can't see if a car's about to hit me, basically. Ironically, if someone does get run over, the people working at ACC will see it out their windows, so the claim should be quite easy to process. So, yeah, basically, it's not great. Where's my next point? Oh, yeah. So with vehicle speeds, I absolutely support reducing speeds as much as we can for cars because my famous catchline is 30 is less hurty, and I really stand by that. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, when I think about the successive generations of leadership who work to destroy the future of public transit in New Zealand, the future of cycling and the future of pedestrian space, all I can think of is that I can smell the gasoline on their breath. The car is like a toxic addiction, and like all addictions, it does more harm to us than good. Cars are a substance we use to ease the pain we feel due to our inadequate transport infrastructure. And like all addictions, car users also harm those around them by running them over, by polluting the air and destroying the environment. When a pedestrian gets run over by a car, the media calls it an accident. This is a blatant lie. People getting hit by cars is a predictable and preventable outcome of our car-centric cities. By mixing high-density pedestrian areas with high-speed vehicles, we have made a choice for pedestrians to die, to be sacrificed at the altar of the almighty car. It is not a choice. I mean, sorry, it is a choice. It is not an accident. Also, something that concerns me is the health and air pollution in New Zealand study, which found that 3,300 New Zealanders die prematurely every year from air pollution, a vast percentage of which comes from transport. So 3,300 people die every year from things like nitrogen dioxide and PM2.5 caused by brake dust and engine particles. And the road toll is around 330, and that is what gets all the headlines. When there is actually something that is 10 times more deadly, that gets no headlines because it's an invisible killer. So, yeah, I currently understand that some people have no option but to use a car. I totally understand that, some for accessibility reasons, some because there's no viable option, but that's what I think needs to change. I think we need more viable options, and that's why I do support these improvements, but I think more could be done to increase pedestrian accessibility, particularly around crossing roads. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Callum, I'll just because we're running on clock, I will need to move on, but I really appreciate hearing that perspective into officers. In his submission, there were some comments around being able to better understand in terms of being visually impaired, so if we can make sure we take those on board, I think that would be welcome. We have Simon up next.
Hello, are there going to be some slides? Oh, great, yep. And how do I drive that? Sorry. Yeah, so just while that's being set up, oh, thank you very much. Hello, thank you very much for allowing me to come and give this presentation. So my name's Simon Orme, I'm a resident in Thorndon, and I have two children here who go to the local school, one of the local schools. So I'm just going to run through, hopefully I can go back to the start. And so we've just moved about a year ago to Thorndon, after living in Australia. So like some of the other speakers, we've got some experience from overseas, and we sort of have some interesting observations, hopefully. So first of all, the wider context. E-bikes, I think, changed the whole thing quite a lot. And we think that's, that needs to be taken into account in the planning. Just got that chart up there on the right, and it might be hard to interpret, but basically safety is one of the big hold-ups for wider adoption of cycling as far as we can see from the data. I looked for data on accidents in the area and I couldn't find that, or uptake, so there's not very much data. But yeah, perceptions of safety are certainly a constraint. Just on the allocation of space, so I'm an economist, so I look at the allocation of resources, and you look at this is from the Council's report, so to look familiar, and I just thought it was interesting that really 60% of that road area is actually allocated to vehicles, and of that, 25% is allocated to parking. So if you propose that now, that this is what we're going to do as an allocation, could that really be defended? I don't think it could be. Looking at this area, the thing that I want to sort of note is that there are 4 schools in that area. And you think about, each school, I think round numbers, it's around 2,000 kids coming and going twice a day. And that's a lot of movements, 5 days a week. So that's a lot of traffic movements. And I think to sort of really get transport not for recreation, but for just sort of commuting and so forth, aiming at the schools is very important. And I think the adoption of transport for schools, school trips would make a big difference. It would reduce the amount of picking up and dropping off, because there's a lot of picking up and dropping off at the moment. So I've looked at the objections. So there were, in the media, I haven't really heard too many of these today, but there are some concerns expressed about the impact on the local businesses. Now we shop at the local businesses. We use those local businesses. It just seems to me that a lot of those concerns aren't really well founded, because if you look at, so coming from Australia, we look at the value of retail real estate in Australia. It's highest in high pedestrian zones. It's low in those areas, in those suburban areas where everyone has to drive their car and get in and out of the shop by driving the car. And it's just sort of the basic logic of it is you don't have the density of customers. So in other words, the amount of people, the revenue that you can gain in any given hour is going to be lower in a non-pedestrianised area compared with a pedestrianised area, because there's all the business of parking and unparking. So we think that, that those objections don't really hold up. So I guess we think that these are modest steps in the right direction, but more would be required in the longer term to integrate the cycle network in this area with other areas. So I've got some suggestions for consideration, but I won't. This is just the idea of making, improving connectivity with the existing cycleways with the new cycleways. But I'll just stop there, and if anyone has some questions, I'm happy to respond.
Excellent. Thank you, Simon. Question from Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, apologies. I can't read all of this, so you may cover
Sorry.
it off. No, it's all right. But I'm just getting a sense, though, from you that supporting some of the changes, but really suggesting that there should be more of a placemaking approach.
Yeah.
Joined up. I don't know whether is that right. I mean, is that
Yes,
what you're...
So I've worked in Sydney on 3 major cultural infrastructure projects. So the Ultimo one is probably the best known one. So I'm just used to looking at precinct plans and the idea of place-based planning. And so I guess what I thought this is a great report, and it's definitely a step in the right direction. But I would suggest that there might be some things that can be learned from overseas examples where you're looking more at place-based planning, looking at the whole thing. And obviously the big thing about Thorndon is you've got the schools there, you've got the railway station, you've got the port. It's the centre of the democracy with the Parliament. So just some plans that sort of bring some coherence to that location.
Oh, well, if you're aware of any, really interested to let us know that we can go and have a look. Do a Google search, it would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. Sorry, Councillor Pennant, just because I'm chairing to time at the moment, won't have time on that partai. The next I've got Tim and Claire. I assume you are a couple. If you'd like to come and present together, you're welcome, or sit beside, or if you want to do individually, whatever is preferred. And we can give you 10 minutes if you present together as well. And you can come sit at the table if comfortable.
Yep, okay, thank you. Our principal interest is in the Molesworth area. We have a lot of connections there. We do a lot of shopping there and other connections. So we spend some time coming and going to that area. Firstly, let me thank you for listening to a previous submission or set of submissions and removing the nonsense of the no right turn rule into Pipitea Street from Murphy Street, which would have been pretty hard to live with. But you have listened, good on you. Now, Mr. Chairman, I presume that we can expect good faith from Council in all of these, and that you are listening to what people are saying. You certainly seem to be. I raise this because I noticed that in the Molesworth Street area, there are 111, is it, P120 parks to be removed, and all of their numerical identifiers on the curb side have already gone, which suggests to me that somebody's getting on with actually removing them already, which is a bit uncomfortable. Now, perhaps you'd let me know, I don't want to waste time now, perhaps you would let me know what the reason for that absence of those identifiers is. Second is a small point, bus stops. Molesworth Street has 4 bus stops and 2 of them are to be removed. That's fine, except that in project details we are told that one of the changes is removing 2 bus stops to improve bus travel times. And that's a really innovative and sensible solution. Why don't we remove all bus stops? The buses would whiz through. Is that the quality of thinking going into this plan, Mr. Chairman? I hope not. It's a pretty silly idea. Now, this report is, this project is called Thorndon Connections. And that's the idea that lies behind the whole thing, connecting the city to Wadestown and other suburbs. But I want to distinguish between the ideas of thoroughfare and access. The report really is stressing the idea that it is necessary to provide thoroughfare on the city streets, to go from one end to the other, to go from the city to Wadestown through Thorndon. And that's fine. People do that, particularly at the rush hours. Not so much in between, but at times of day, that's very important. But the other thing is that you don't have a city unless you've got buildings alongside the streets with people able to have access to those buildings. And a lot of times, the only access is only possible if you can drive. Now, I know people think that it's easy to get rid of cars. It's not. For example, my wife is partially disabled. We have to drive to most places. We can take a taxi to some, but not all. It doesn't work for shopping and that sort of thing. And there are a lot of people who need to drive. This proposal removes 111, 60% of the available P120 parks in that Molesworth area are to be removed. And the report thinks that's fine. There's a reason why it thinks that's fine, because they've done an analysis. And it's all laid out in the Transitional Program Parking Management Plan. Beautiful graphs, lovely stuff. The data for the Molesworth area came from consulting the parking machine. I don't know how you do that, but I suppose there's some electronics somewhere that tell you the records of what cars paid, how long they paid for, and so on. And I suppose if you handle that data right, you can make some conclusions from it. The funny thing is that what it says about Molesworth Street is that the maximum utilisation of parking is 60%. And that is never the case when I go there. We go there, and admittedly, there's one part of Molesworth Street that we frequent more often than any other. It's from about Aitken Street to Pipitea Street. We go there, and we can usually find one park. My wife uses the mobility park if it's available. That's maybe half the time. We can often find a park of some sort up that stretch, but probably 20% of the time we can't find a park at all. And it's quite difficult. You've got to circle and wait and carry on, use a lot of petrol. This report says utilisation is never greater than 60%. It's nonsense. How have they evaluated that? There is a mistake somewhere in this analysis. It doesn't reflect reality. And yet, it's the basis for removing 60% of those parks. Now, I hope some attention can be paid to this, because there's a big error in there. And if I had a small business in that area, I would be very worried. We go to a number of businesses there, to the chemist, to the post shop, you name it, we're in and out. And we're quite typical of other people. We stay maybe 10 minutes and we're off. Perhaps quite a lot of people don't bother to pay when they come. So they don't turn up in the records of the machine. I don't know, but there's an error.
Sorry, Tim, just note there's 3 minutes, so if Claire does wish to speak, to also allow.
But if you've got another 5 minutes.
Sorry, I combined the time for both of you to come through together, sorry. So we've run at 7 minutes at the moment. So if you'd like to get to the clip, okay. If you'd like to summarise through it, then we'll allow Claire to 5 minutes. That was my mistake in not making that clear, sorry.
Well, I think that's a bit rough, but never mind. I think that it's important to discover whether the data that we used in that analysis represent actual occupancy or simply occupancy that was paid for, because I suspect they're different. So that's it then. Numerical identifiers gone on the footpath. Bus stops being cancelled for no very good reason. parking data are wrong. Thank you.
No, thank you, Tim, and welcome, Claire, as well. So, sorry, we've gone 5 minutes with questions, so if you can try and keep in that time to allow some time for questions, but you don't have to.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to come here and speak to you. Like in most marriages, I guess, there's not always an agreement, but on this one, my husband and I both agree, but unfortunately, he has stolen most of my thunder, which I had already carefully put here. He's got his, being an academic, he has his all very neatly set out. So I will just have to tell you why I am here. Now, I believe this whole cycle business in Thorndon area is geared for the cyclists. And there's little consideration for the elderly, of which I would have hated to have said I am one, but I am, and I have a mobility problem. And I think little consideration has been given to the elderly. As my husband said, we shop in Molesworth Street, and the businesses there. I go to the Unichem because I have a problem. I go to the post shop because I use the post shop often for letters, despite the fact that letters posted are dwindling. I go to have my nails done occasionally at the glamour shop. I go to the bootmaker to have my shoes repaired. I go to the National Library. I go to Wellington Cathedral. And as my husband has said, where do we find the parks? I have the fortunate or unfortunate business of having a mobility sticker in my car, which goes to 2026, I'm pleased to say. Previous to that, my husband and I used to walk everywhere. We used to cycle, certainly along Oriental Bay and places that were easier, but I can no longer do that. I am heartily in agreement that we should be reducing our greenhouse gases, but like my friends, most of whom, if they haven't already dropped their clogs, they're still plainly trying to find their way through the city and through up to Molesworth Street. Now, as my husband mentioned, the bus stops. We have a number of friends who attend Wellington Cathedral. They have to get off if they're on their by foot, they have to get off by the bottom of Molesworth Street, opposite Parliament. And it's quite a long way to walk. Just think of an elderly person with 2 walkers or 1 walking stick walking up to Wellington Cathedral. Now, where do they get on the bus again? They can't get on the bus stop just to the north of Wellington Cathedral because that's been removed. The nearest one for them is quite a long way up Molesworth Street, and I think that is really unreasonable. And I've been asked by friends of mine to please bring this to your attention. There are quite a few other things I wanted to say, but I'd just like to make the point that I don't think consideration has been given to the elderly, those who have still got their marbles, but unfortunately haven't got the ability to use buses. Oh, one other thing I wanted to bring out, if I am shopping at New World, and they do provide car parking, but if I have not got a car and I am laden with a walking stick and 2 parcels, and I come out of Molesworth, out of the New World, I have to cross over the cycle lane, and then I have to cross Molesworth Street with cars, and then find the bus stop. I think that's unreasonable. I believe there should be a pedestrian crossing, and I agree with Mr. McMillan, that there should be a pedestrian crossing somewhere about there. So I'd rather see the council spending a lot more time on considering this. I did notice just before I came out that 226 million is to be invested in these cycleways. Jolly good, but what about 226 million on the infrastructure of our pipes? Because where we live, it's taken 2 big City Council or Fulton Hogan trucks and 8 red vested or yellow vested people to come up 3 times and mend a leaking pipe. So this is not part of this brief, but anyway, I do thank you for hearing me, and just please remember that there are other people, elderly people, who can't cycle and who have to walk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. I can see you two make a very good team and complement each other well. And marbles are most certainly not lost there, so thank you for your presentation. We'll truck on. I believe we have Joanne to speak to us next.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name's Joanne Black. I live in Grant Road, and I walk up and down Molesworth Street every day, so it's mostly as a pedestrian that I make this approach to you. But having said that, there's a wider context here too, and picking up from Claire's comment before about the 226 million, there are other environmental problems that this city faces, and I would note that in the next 24 hours we're due to have a downpour of rain, which chances are will result once again in this city discharging raw sewage into the sea off the south coast. And that may not seem relevant to this, but it is because the money we spend on cycleways, or that you spend on behalf of the city, only gets to be spent once. And I would argue that there is an environmental need that is equally as strong, and that we could do a lot more about in a practical sense than our contribution to climate change as regards a small section of cycleways in Thorndon. But to get back to the main point, which I'm sure you'll be pleased to know I'm going to do, I walk up Molesworth Street every night on the eastern side, and more often than not go into Thorndon New World. I know it's bad home economics, but that's just what I do. And as I approach the throat of Thorndon New World there, I start getting anxious. Can't help myself. I start trying to make eye contact with the drivers who are waiting to get out, because you want to make sure that they have seen you if you're going to cross in front of them. Often I will do what other people do and cross between the cars, because I start feeling sorry for the person who's sitting at the front who's waited so long to go, and partly I think they might just shoot out. If they are going to do that, this proposal puts a cycle lane right in front of them on what is a really difficult little thing to negotiate already. This week, as I was thinking about this and watching people, how they use Molesworth Street, increasingly it seems to me there are electric bikes which are simply sitting in the middle of the lane because they can largely go at the speed of the traffic up there. And in fact, I was talking to someone at work who was saying he never uses cycle lanes because he's got an electric bike, they're too slow. So it's as though there is something evolving where cycle lanes are for push bikes and electric bikes are using car lanes. And I can understand why that would happen. But anyway, my point is you're putting an extra potential, I don't want to call cyclists a hazard, but it is, I'm not sure they're going to be safer by being in a lane right in front of that Thorndon New World exit. I occasionally ride a bike around the bays, and to get there from where I live in Thorndon, I go up and down Hobson Street, because Hobson Street has less traffic than Molesworth Street, and I will never use a cycle lane in Molesworth Street because I will always go where there are fewer cars. That's to me, my overwhelming sense of safety is getting away from traffic, and so I will find the least car route to use my bike, which I don't do often enough, but this will make no difference to me whether or not I do. My final point, there was a chap who gave a submission who said he was an economist and that the shops around there wouldn't be affected, I think, by these proposals. On Monday or Tuesday, I dropped my shoes off at Ramesh, and who was the shoe fixer man in those, and was chatting to him. And he said that since people started working from home, there's been a lot less foot traffic, which absolutely has made a difference to those businesses. And taking away the car parks, as the submitters before me just said, will also make a difference. And I'm sure that's true because what your proposals seems to imply that people will simply move from cars but do the same thing that they did, but instead they'll catch public transport or ride a bike. I'm not sure that's true. Because I often have very limited time at the weekends for various reasons, I used to take my car into town, put it in a parking building and then walk to do everything I wanted to do. Now I simply don't go. So those shops are missing out on my custom because it's too damn difficult to I mean, sometimes I'll walk, but if there isn't time, then I just don't go at all.
Very quickly, Joanne, I've just got a question from Councillor Pennant. I'd like to allow time as we're coming through. Are you all right to take that now?
Yep.
Nice to see you, Joanne. And sorry, my dogs are being a bit noisy. Look, my question is just understanding the connection between spending money to stop climate change as opposed to trying to fix it once it happens. I mean, do you accept that it's better to stop it before it happens by doing things like building cycleways? Thank you.
The marginal difference that a Thorndon cycle lane will have on climate change is so infinitesimally small when there is, my point is you get to spend the money once. And we've got this significant problem. We have a go at dairy farmers all the time about nutrient runoff into streams, yet in a city like ours, the capital city of a first world country, we discharge raw sewage into the south coast regularly. We did it earlier this week. It seems to me we've underspent, not just this council, successive councils have underspent on water infrastructure, and that should be an absolute priority.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you for sharing that environmental perspective and your experience as a resident. I've got Robert up next. So, Robert, we are trying to chair relatively to time just because we've got nearly everyone in the room. So 5 minutes if you want to allow for questions.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd just like to explain my experience of Molesworth Street. I find it dangerous, and I find the speeds really high, and I find the traffic flow quite intense. So when I stood there and thought about it, I want to see, for the benefit of everybody, more easy pedestrian access across the roads in multiple places. And then I thought, well, that's great. There was another experience that I had when I had acute back pain and I had to attend a health practitioner there. And it was really quite convenient to take the public transport, which was, the bus stop was outside the New World there, where a lot of small businesses are. And it was really, really convenient to be able to use that. With lower back pain, I could hardly walk. I couldn't ride a bike, and I needed it. And I was benefited from the fact that that was in close proximity to my health practitioner. So I understood that there was going to be a revamp there, that there would be a removal of bus stops. I'm actually not happy about that whatsoever. Sitting here, I can endorse what other people are saying. Please keep that. Please keep the bus stops for the people. The buses are for the people. The buses aren't. Yes, we want to make them flow, but primarily they're for the people, and we want them positioned where the people want them. Not where economics sort of should say where they should be. And I reiterate that I was really dependent on that bus stop, and it saved me. I was able to attend the practitioner. I think since then I'm able to walk and ride a bike again. The other point that I like to make, I grew up in the Netherlands. I rode bikes. It's encouraging to see some initiatives made for cycling here. Molesworth Street represents quite a challenge, I believe, to everybody. I hope this goes well. I hope you do it once and you do it right. My fear with the entrance and exit of New World is that cars will queue on the bike lane. And then wanting to, they want to have the excess visibility, but to the detriment of the cyclists, will have to go around them. Living in the Netherlands, shared bike lanes are really, really a last resort. It's really to be avoided. Please make single lane bike lanes. My preference would be to have the bike lane on the left-hand side up Molesworth Street, and really slow that traffic down to 30k at least, and police it, please. It's crazy. I cross Dixon Street, and I think, hey, you're not doing 30. Who's going to police it? Please have some enforcement there. And think about the older people, and think about the people with disabilities and the businesses where they rely on. Listen to them, please. I think the small businesses there, that's concentrated in a small area, and that the bus stop serves that really well. Because the weather's not great. E-bikes are great, but they're about $5,000 a piece, and they're not for everybody. The bus will always, always be there for people that, earn the minimum wage. A bus ticket is cheaper than the investment of a bike for $5,000 and $90 an hour to fix it. I know that because that's my profession. Believe it or not, more people that are working from home actually decreases the amount of bikes that are on the road, and to such an extent that actually bicycle mechanics are being made redundant. I welcome any questions.
No, thank you, Robert. I've got time for one from Councillor Free.
Just versus the left and the right options, do you see it as a major obstacle having to cross, if you're on the left, having to cross the entrance onto the motorway, or having cars potentially turning across that bike lane?
Yeah, but isn't there's already a crossing there, just as the cars turn left onto the motorway?
A pedestrian crossing?
Yeah, pedestrian crossing. So I think cost what it costs and the inconvenience that it serves, yeah, keep it on the left. Slow the traffic down.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Yeah. So, thank you very much for the
Thank you coming, Robert, and sharing the importance of bus stops and what they actually mean in a really human way. Tim, welcome you next. You're online. Okay. So we've got 5 minutes. We are cheering a bit to time at the moment, so if you want to leave time for questions, please do, and take it away.
Awesome. I'm not sure exactly where you can see me from. I'm seeing the backs of a lot of people's heads right now, but I'm sure there's different directions people are looking at it from. Thanks everyone for giving me the chance to be heard on this. I'm not going to speak specifically to my submissions. I'm sure you've got it in front of you, but I'm going to just speak generally to what I'm suggesting. So I'm a commuter into the Thorndon area every day. I work on Molesworth Street, so I'm very familiar with the experiences there. I'm not a cyclist. I don't think I've ever cycled in Wellington, which my parents would be very disappointed in, having brought me up to be mountain biking in Rotorua, but I don't feel safe here. And that's part of what drives my decision. Instead, I take public transport every day. I just want to really strongly support the changes that have been made and thank all the officials and councillors for the hard work that you've all put in making these proposed suggestions. We know that in the last 20 years, the emissions that we've had from related to transport have increased meteorically, and they're really driven by the rise in car use in our main centre. We know that the changes that can be made through enabling safer access to streets, for enabling easier thoroughfare through by public transport users, by pedestrians, by cyclists, are going to be better for everyone. They're going to be better for those people who use their cars, particularly those who, like the residents speaking to us a few before, have mobility issues or have reasons that they have to use a car, because they're going to enable reductions in congestion. They're going to enable significant reductions in the use of the streets by other purposes, which is going to make everything flow freer for everyone else. So yeah, I really want to thank the changes that are being made, particularly from a transport and a safety perspective, and that this is going to be better for those who drive, better for those who use businesses in the areas. As someone who walks around Wellington and has loved coming to Wellington for the ability to work almost everywhere, I really appreciate the ability that gives you and understand just how much easier it is to stay longer in an area when you're not worried about the parking, when you're not worried about needing to leave in a really short amount of time. I want to especially thank the councillors for changes related to parking. Whilst I recognise that there can be reasons you need to park and move into a city, the degree to which that has costs associated to the council in terms of who is able to use that space, both in terms of other people who might use a road, but also in particular in terms of its use for housing, its use for businesses, is simply far, far disproportionate to the amount that people are paying in order for parking. And that's really clogging up our streets and making it really hard for people to get around. I also, it's probably not my place to necessarily speak to some of the submissions that other people have made, but I just want to note that part of the reason that, as someone who uses public transport and buses every day, part of the reasons we have unreliable buses, we have slow buses, part of that is about workforce issues, part of it is also about the ability to use the space and all of these decisions that are made about both bus lanes and then also frequency and reliability. And that's going to be what's really going to get the changes in terms of getting people off their cars and into buses as something that they see as something that they can reliably get. And those bus stops being spaced out significantly enough that you're really able to get free movement and short journeys for people travelling on the bus. But yeah, so I'm open for any questions that people want to make, but really happy to speak to any specific changes, but just generally recognising the work that has gone into these changes and really recommending that the council adopts them as they're written or with minimal changes. This is one of our few chances to really get ahead of the climate crisis and make a significant difference in recognising what we've said about how we see this as a crisis that we really want to address. Kia ora.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tim. I don't think we have any questions, so I'll let you go, but thank you for sharing your perspectives and coming along today. We're going to take a short break. We've got most of our afternoon submitters here, so we're not going to do the full 30 minutes. We'll go. It's 3:41, so we'll go to 3:50 p.m, and then we should be able to hopefully chew through our whole afternoon and everyone can go home a little earlier than we had planned. So 8 minutes from now, 3:50, we'll be back. Kia ora. jumping around with the schedule a little bit. Elijah, we've got next. Feel free to come up to the top of the table, not the podium. Yeah, Tony, if you want to, that'd be great, thank you. Yep, absolutely. Yep, so allow 10 minutes with questions for both of you and they'll sort the technology for you.
Am I allowed to go anymore? Okay.
Oh, look, you're up there.
Oh,
Say hi, what your name is.
hi. My name's Elijah Lehman.
Next slide, thanks.
All right, take it away.
Do you want me to read it?
Okay, yep.
I'll read for him just to go a bit quicker. I have lived in Low Bay all my life. I'm 14 years old. I was born with prune belly syndrome. I have no abdominal muscles and renal disease and suffered a brain injury when I was 4 days old that affects my mobility. I have selective mutism and find it hard to talk in public. I have had 3 surgeries on my feet since 2020 and have learned to walk a bit to get around, but to get around my city, I still use my wheelchair. I get tired and fall often. Thanks to Ikarua, I have been able to borrow a trike, which I've had so much fun this summer exploring Low Bay and Rongotai. Fun fact, I've never lived in a house with a car. I understand about climate change and think that we need to look after our city. I would like to see cycleways and slow traffic streets. When we asked at the Kilburnie Connections Info Days why cycle lanes were planned for the busiest street, we were told we can't marginalise cyclists. Mum explained to me what the word marginalise means, and I don't think you know what it means either. When trolley buses were about 10 metres long, they were replaced by electric buses that are 13.5 metres long. The council didn't make the 11-metre long bus boxes on the roads larger. This marginalises me. When buses can't pull into the curb, I can't get my wheelchair on or off the bus. I have often had to stay on the bus as far as Sutherland Road, 3 bus stops past my house because the bus stops are too small. When buses pull in like this, the picture up there, drivers get impatient and beep or pull out around the bus, which is dangerous. If you remove 2 more bus stops in Onipa Road, I could have to wheel 600 metres home instead of 240 metres. When buses were small and fit close to the footpath, I used the ramp. Using the ramp was easier, and the traffic could go around he means buses. If you could put the cycleway down on Ipu Road with the buses, or if you put it down on Ipu Road with the buses, you will cause angry people, just like I see at the hospital each time when I see my doctors. He's drawn a nice picture. This is the bus platforms out the hospital, and we have had cars back up behind and honk continuously at him, and he gets very anxious and doesn't want to go to hospital. Onipa Road doesn't look very wide with 2 buses side by side. Now imagine a cycle lane inside the bus by the shops, and the bus stops all the traffic behind it. That will be dangerous for kids crossing the road to get to school. There's the pedestrian crossing just behind the bus. Cycle lanes and platforms also mean cars can't pull over to the side of the road for emergency services. Do you think you could fit a fire engine between these 2 buses? Shall I just carry on with mine? Can you pull mine up? Kia ora, my name is Michelle and I've lived in Low Bay for 18 years. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge climate change and the dedication Council have made to make a positive difference. As a child, I biked to school up a 100km/h country road. I'm thankful my children will never have to experience that and have Leone Gill pathway instead. I agree we need a way to connect the existing cycleways, and I accept the fact that Council has voted cycleways will go ahead, but I worry about the how. I found this very wise quote. Council should never have installed a cycleway with such a small margin of political support, partially given that effort could have been better placed in other areas where a change in design would have delivered more meaningful safety improvements and a higher uptake of cycling. Island Bay, Newtown, and now Lyell Bay, the common denominator is the planned cycleways all go up the major road, the major bus route, the one with the most traffic, and the highest speed limits. Will this create higher uptake of cycling? Is it safer? Lyell Bay has 3 streets that run perpendicular to the beach. They all end up more or less in the Kilburnie shoppers. And the other 2, Freiburg Street and Queen's Drive, both go past the school. It seems a no-brainer to me to use one of these. Sorry, slide 2. The argument given to reject Freiburg Street was that it was too narrow. So I got out my measuring tape. Don't worry. It was a quiet street. No car drove past me while I was measuring. Freiburg Street consists of 2.1 metres on each side for parking, approximately 2.9 one side and 3 metres the other for traffic lanes, and a 2.5 metre flush median for trees. I'm not sure if the photo shows clearly, but the footpath on the other side of the road is as wide as a car also. These trees are Norfolk Island pines. According to experts, they have the potential to grow 60 metres tall and 30 metres wide in a 13-metre street. Who thought that was a good idea? These trees are growing through the power lines, as you can see in that photo, and they're never pruned, so it's not uncommon to find fallen branches on the road that have been knocked off by the Bid Foods truck or the Tip Top truck accessing the cafes early in the morning in the dark. Next slide, the school tree. Clearly it's not thriving. No, sorry, you can go back, yep. It seems ironic the only trees that are thriving are the ones parallel to the sewer main. Surely these trees are a liability to infrastructure and taking up valuable real estate that could be the solution to a climate crisis. You wouldn't be taking away car parks before providing an eco-conscious alternative. You wouldn't be affecting bus stops, making them inaccessible to disabled residents. Onto the Crookshank Street, next slide. I fully support lowering speeds in streets proposed, and I also believe all of Freiburg Street and all of Queen's Drive should also be 30 kilometres now, not by 2027 because there's a school there. I really like the design of this street, Crookshank Street and Coburn Street. People that aren't familiar, there's a ramp up them, they get narrower, and along Onipu Road, that's the faster speed street, there is actually a curb and channel, so it's like a cul-de-sac, but it doesn't restrict residents. Coot Street. I support Freiburg Street cul-de-sac proposal because I think it is a safe path to encourage young children to walk or wheel to school. And it should be every month, not just the month of March. I think the key is to build cycle lanes and bus stops that are accessible and desirable to use to encourage people to mode shift. I do fear the repeat of Island Bay, not only because of the cost to council to repair it, but I also fear the irreparable divides that this has caused in my community over the last few weeks because of the proposed current plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elijah and Michelle. Are there any questions? No, look, thank you so much. Councillor Free? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did write down your measurements, Michelle. What were they again?
I've got them down here. You can have a copy if you like.
Oh, okay. If it's in the, I haven't in the book.
It's not, but I have doodles. So Onipu Road is 14 metres and Freiburg Street's 13 metres. So we're only a metre narrower in a street that honestly is about a tenth of the traffic that runs. But it also goes past the school. Why wouldn't you go and want children? You know, as I say, why should moving March be just March? It should be every, month, especially if the weather's fine. Also, Elijah experiences in his wheelchair because he's the same height as the seawall. We get southerlies that blow sand 2 blocks back from the beach. Onipu Road's really exposed. You wouldn't want to be biking head on down a cycle lane as far as the beach and then deciding to peel off to your houses.
And if the cycleway were to go down Freiburg Street, suppose, what sort of cycleway would you personally think would be great?
We've had many discussions, and I think if you could make it like Crookshank Street, where the beach end of Freiburg Street and up by the schools a cul-de-sac, you've basically got a Cuba street mall. We could have street parties down there. If you're only encouraging residents only, does it matter? You know, you could have either side, you could have shared pedestrian, you know, the footpath is with the car. We've had, you know, when they resealed our footpaths, the bulldozer parked on our footpaths, they're that wide. I'd have no problem with a cycle on the outside of us and still push his wheelchair on the inside of the footpaths if you removed a couple of dying trees in the centre of the road and the ones on the footpath.
Okay, just quickly, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you very much, Elijah and Michelle. That was a humbling experience listening to your excellent submission. My question just really is around engagement. We're trying to do some good things for the environment, but we want to make sure people with disabilities are very well supported. What is the best way? Is it through more engagement through our accessibility advisory group? Do we need more fora to make sure that we're getting those voices?
We were on the disability advisory group before COVID, but Elijah does suffer renal impairment, and we were told by Starship that we really should not get him exposed to COVID, so we have had to pull out of that, but we do keep in touch with Thomas quite often and know what's going on there and do feedback ideas back through people.
Excellent. Hey, thank you so much, Elijah and Michelle, for coming in and sharing that deeply personal experience and providing some alternatives there as well. Right, did I see James came online? Cool. Next we have James online, so we chairing pretty closely to time today, James, so there's 5 minutes, and if you want to include time for questions, please do so, and you're ready to take it away.
Cool. Am I able to be heard?
Yep, we've got you.
Okay, magic. So my key point today is that my personal view is that the proposed changes to Freiburg Street won't achieve the Council's goal of making active transport more viable in the locality, and it won't increase active transport numbers. And I want to speak kind of big picture today. So my understanding of the Council's policy goals, or in my wording, is that they want to increase active transport numbers and the walkability of communities. And as someone who primarily walks around Lyle Bay, Rongotai and Kilburnie, I find the policy outputs, i.e. the proposed designs, a little bit puzzling, because I personally find the locality is already quite easy to walk around and indeed cycle around with the current infrastructure, i.e. crossings and wide roads. So while slower speed limits are by the by, because nobody goes 50 on Lyle Parade on a busy summer's day anyway, other proposals I find slightly more frustrating. So those are blocking Yule and Ross Street, blocking Freiburg Street, of which I am a resident, and the Hātepe Road cycleway. So just really quickly on Yule and Ross Street, there's lots of points that have been made around about emergency services and stuff like that. So I kind of want to skip over that, but I just want to make the point that when I'm walking along that pathway and going across Yule Street or Ross Street, it's pretty much a de facto courtesy crossing, because 4 out of 5 times vehicles stop for me as is. So if you were to block those streets, you're not changing the fact that cars stop for me most of the time anyway. So regarding Freiburg Street, so the claims kind of, by putting in this cul-de-sac, that it'll be safer, and council staff have made it clear that the school wants safer streets and in-person engagements, and who doesn't want safer streets? But I just wonder what it actually means to achieve that. I know the council spent quite a bit of money moving the Hātepe Road dairy crossing a few years ago, for example, which helped, which seems sensible. But I don't think blocking Freiburg Street will make it safer from a number of accidents perspective. So Road Patrol already makes crossing the street very safe. And I'd just like to point out that senior students exiting Lyle Bay School often cross at the top of Freiburg Street and skip Road Patrol because of where the gate is located. And maybe Lyle Bay School could educate their students rather than blocking streets. And And then just in terms of the most dangerous part of walking to Lower Bay School from where I live, it's the intersection of Freiburg and Far Street. It's not getting across Freiburg Street. So I just think that these proposals don't actually address the most dangerous part of walking to school. And then the reality is that what's gonna stop mum walking or dad walking child to school? It's bad weather, and I've got to get to work really fast, so I've got to drop them, and then drive off. It's not actually, is it safe, to be honest, because it's already relatively safe in my view. And so that's why when we were growing up, mum used to walk the kids across Far Street because that was the dangerous point, and we'd walk from there. So that was a lot of words, spoke very quickly, but hopefully those thoughts can be taken into account.
No, thank you, James. Nice and to the point, and you've highlighted some areas for improvement. Got a question from Councillor Free.
Hi, James, and thanks for coming in and sharing your views. I just wonder, though, what is the real downside of, say, trialling some restriction in Freiburg Street? And I don't think the design's been totally finalised or anything, but what would actually be the downside?
Well, so I mean, other than the inconvenience and disruption, from my point of view, so other than that, I mean, sorry, Sarah. So when cars drive in, can I just talk about the Freiburg and Far intersection, because this will answer it. So the reason it's confusing is there's lots of cars going in all sorts of directions and turning, etc. And I think if you block the street off, cars are just going to drive in, do a U-turn and come out, where a lot of cars already drive straight through. So I think you're actually going to increase the number of, I think you're going to actually make the corner of Freiburg and Far Street more confusing and more dangerous. And I think that's the most dangerous part of the walk as is. So that's my safety objection.
Thanks for clarifying that.
No, thank you very much for coming and speaking with us, James. All right.
Cool, thank you for your time.
We are nearing the end of the day. Anna, have we got you in the room? Kia ora. So 5 minutes on the clock to include time for questions, and when you're ready.
Kia ora. Thank you. And thank you all for holding space for so many people to come and talk. Appreciate you hanging on and listening to me. Kia ora, my name is Anna Nord, and I'm here to voice my support for the changes in Kilbirnie and Thorndon. I'm not going to talk about the details of my submission, but in general, the support. I live on the hillside above Kilbirnie and Lyle Bay, and I frequently visit Thorndon to visit friends. I love living in Wellington. Even on a rainy, overcast day, it's a great city to be in. When I'm feeling social, there's museums, there are art galleries, there are shops, and breweries that I can visit. And on the days when I need to get outside and when I need to have some peace and quiet, there's the ocean, the beaches, the harbor, and beautiful bush and trails that go through it. This city truly has everything you need. However, to get from my house to the places that I love to visit, I don't have any safe and convenient transport options. The Transitional Cycleway Program is changing that. If there were networks of protected cycleways and streets where the number and speed of vehicles were lower, I'd bike everywhere. My family and my friends would bike everywhere. I prefer to ride my bike because it's a great way that I can get exercise. And it allows me to connect with the people and the places around me, which is an immeasurable benefit to my mental health. The proposals and the projects of the Kilbirnie and Thorndon are steps towards creating a city where walking and cycling are viable forms of transportation. What's being proposed is not a revolutionary idea. It's been done across New Zealand, and it's been proven to work. A few weeks ago, I was in New Plymouth, staying at a house on a street with curb build-outs and planted trees. Looking at the age of the trees, you could tell that this has been there for at least 10 years. The parallel street and the feeling of that street was a pretty stark contrast. The street I was on was quiet and lined with trees. The parallel street was lined with parked cars and could have been mistaken for a race course. I'm sure when these changes were made that there was a lot of resistance to them. If you ask people now which street they'd like to live on, they would choose the one where their kids can safely cross the street. They would choose the one where they're not woken up at night from drag racing down the street. As a capital city, I believe it's our responsibility to lead by example. Councils across the country are following your lead. The changes proposed are needed in cities across New Zealand to make the places we live more beautiful, the streets safer for everyone, regardless of how they choose to travel, and ultimately to help people live healthier lives. I urge you to support the proposals in the changes in Kilbirnie and Thorndon, and to be patient, and to hold course to the goals of creating a city where people have safe and convenient options for moving around. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Anna. Nice and succinct. Are there any questions? Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool, thank you, Anna. My only question is, one, who we should be consulting, the idea, who is the community, and because you are the community there are people who use those roads, and some people say it should be only people who live in that street, and so what is your input in that regard?
I bike on those streets every day to go to the grocery store, or bike or walk or take the bus. Sometimes I get a lift. And yeah, they'll change the way that I get around. Also, my friends live on those streets, and their kids. It'll change the way they get to school, the way they get to the beach, their ability to cross the road with a surfboard and not feel like they're going to get hit. So in terms of the community and who you should consult with, yeah, talk to the people who do live on those streets. It will directly affect them. It also directly affects the people who do go to the grocery store every day or every week, and who visit friends and family in those areas. It's important to hear the people because, yeah, it's a big city, and providing for everyone.
Cool. A part to that would be there is also, as you can see, some community members, they are saying they prefer Freiburg over the main road, but there is also valid reason why it shouldn't be on Freiburg. It should be on, maybe you want to go to shopping, you want to go on the same route like the car, why we should be giving to some priority, not the others. Mm-hmm. So what is your preferability in that area?
Like Michelle said, I support the changes and all. You can see that there needs to be people need to be accommodated to bike and walk. Whether it's Onipu Road or Freiburg Road, it comes down to design challenges and then the people that you're interfacing with. I would leave those decisions up to experts that are able to make those trade-offs with different designs and understand the operations of the bus and understand the utilities that are below the ground. There's a lot of experience that goes into making these decisions that the public and people might not be able to see on the outside. So I would trust the experts in making that decision.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in, Anna, today and sharing those thoughts around community.
Thank you.
All right, last for today, but certainly not least, we have the Wellington Girls College Environment Club. So we've got 5 minutes for the presentation. Being that you're last for the day, I've got a little bit more flexibility if you want to leave some time for questions at the end as well. So when you're ready.
So I'm Maddie. I am the leader of the Wellington Girls College Enviro Club, which is, I think, around like 55 people, all of which are students. So I'm going to talk about the Thorndon, kind of summarise what the club thinks about the proposed changes in Thorndon. So currently only a couple of WGC students bike to school out of over 1,500. I'm not exactly sure what the exact number is, but it's definitely more than 1,500. And most of the club members said that they would seriously consider biking to school if they felt safer. So they said that safety is the number one concern stopping them from biking. Many of them do catch the bus, and they said that the bus stop changes don't really affect them. And those who do get dropped off, they said they would be more than happy to walk a couple hundred more meters if that means that the people who do bike are safer, because obviously, like, adding the bike lanes removes some parking, which is very close to our school. Those of us who do bike often have to go on the footpath or right in the middle of the road because we're very scared of cars opening their doors onto us, which has happened a lot of times before. And so we have to go right in the middle or on the opposite side of the cars. So we really support any and every separated bike lanes that are in the proposal. Some of them we would suggest that also the parking should, if they run next to parked cars, that the parking is changed so that they're diagonal. So like instead of running parallel to the parked cars, which can still open their doors, it's running kind of behind them so that if they do open their doors, so the cars can be parked and they can open their doors without hitting us as we bike along. We're confident that making the necessary shift to a zero or low emission transport web around the capital starts from supply through bike lanes and racks, and not supporting privately owned vehicles. We would love the parklets in Thorndon Village. We just support all the bike lane proposals, and we're really happy that some members from the council came to talk to us about that, and we wrote a submission on it. And we just want to be safe and bike to school.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Maddie. Question from me. You've talked about some of the students being car doored a few times. When that's happened, has it been, have you gone to the extent of reporting it formally, or is it sort of the student knocks over, has some scratches, gets on and moves on?
That.
So it's much more on the latter, so it might not necessarily get reported in some of the data that we get.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Councillor Free?
Very quickly, I was actually interested in your generous colleagues saying that they'd be prepared to walk further. So do you think that's a common view, that they don't need to be dropped absolutely at the school door, that they're reasonably happy to walk? And how much would you be reasonably happy to walk? What sort of distances?
In the Enviro Club, like everyone who shared their opinion on it said that they would be happy to walk more. They said a few hundred meters. I don't know what the range is, what the scale is, but like anywhere up to probably like Parliament, that kind of radius around Wellington Girls College. Probably, I wouldn't say more than like a kilometre.
That's very helpful.
Councillor Randall?
Yes, thank you. I know Wellington Girls has a really large catchment. Have you got any ideas of maybe the ratio between students who maybe walk versus get dropped off versus take the bus? You got any idea about what those are? And
I don't, but I am happy to send out like a survey to find that out. But I don't know. I would say most students do bus because the bus station is very close, and it's pretty convenient. A few train, lots walk. But just like based on the people that I know, most catch the bus. Like it's quite unusual to be dropped off at my school because there's so much traffic in the morning. Like nobody wants to be dropped off.
Okay. Councillor Abdunrahman?
I don't have a question for you, but I would like to say that you are such a brave soul, and my daughter, when she grows up, I want her to be like you, and congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you. It's my first time doing this. So.
Oh, you're doing fantastically. And one more from Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, Maddie. I was keen to know from a Enviro Club perspective and from a climate perspective and in a climate crisis, is it really frustrating for you and your group that in 2023 we don't have a separated, safe, citywide cycleway network?
I don't know much about my group because they're quite young, like they're year 9s and 10s, and so they only really talk about like kind of the more light-hearted conversations around climate issues. But personally, yes, I feel like it's about time we should be talking about more like impactful stuff. But yeah, but also I'm really happy that I get to like that it's so open for people even my age to talk about this kind of stuff and to have our voices, if not heard, like communicated.
Thank you so much, Maddie. Please feel free to come back in future and feel free to pass on to your principal as a message from councillors that our staff would love to engage with him or her. Sorry. We would love to engage with her. We have tried, so you can pass that on as a message from the councillors directly.
Thank you.
All right, team. We are going to do a quick vote. Just to adjourn the meeting into 9:30 a.m. on Monday. So I'm going to move the motion. Do I have a seconder, Councillor Free? Councillor Free. So e whakatakoto ana au ite mō tini. I'll move the motion. Do I have a seconder? Yes, we've got that from Councillor Free. So I'll put the motion that has been moved and seconded to a vote. Those in favour, please press 1. Those against, press 2. No abstentions. Oh, it's just opening now. We're not going to take a division. Excellent. And I declare the motion carried. We'll see everyone back here at 9:30 on Monday morning. Thank you to our public participants, to our staff, and to all of our councillors for coming along today. It's been a really positive day. Thank you.